Good evening, everyone, or good morning in the UK and Ireland, and maybe extremely good morning to people that are on the east coast of the Americas. There could be some that have woken up extremely early. Anyway, Lilith, so thrilled to see you, Harry, back. Oh, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, it's good to be back. Without having the Damocles sword over my head. So yeah, definitely is better to have the strike removed and come back without having the fear of the channel being at any risk. Tom, finally Harry's back with a from the gulag. I wouldn't go that far. It was quite pleasant. What are you talking about? Scotty, good evening to you as well, mate. Yes, in your case, it's definitely a good morning. Stefan, how are you, mate? Like an old family member that disappeared and shows up again. Now behave, Harry, and don't upset the authorities again. Bad boy. Yes, yes, yes. Did upset them, didn't I? God. So, yes, I've any C-19 related sort of stuff will be on Rumble in the Jungle on that other one. The link's in the description. But I need to transfer a few more files over there. I haven't actually done. I haven't decided whether not all my content is going to go there. I've decided that I'm going to have slightly different content there in order to attract people from YouTube that will, if they want to see it, they'll have to go there. So that's a deliberate strategy on my part because initially I thought about loading everything up and I'm going, nah, selectively I'll put a few things there, but mainly I'm going to have people dragging in both directions to support both channels. So people from there supporting this channel, people from here supporting that channel. So that's my new strategy now. So I've to change the way so there'll be content specifically for that platform and specifically for this platform. Now, as far as X goes, I just put a lot of like links to a lot of things on X, which is the main thing that I do. Um, at this stage, I haven't actually supported Odyssey for a while. I don't know whether I'm going to continue putting content on Odyssey or not, so I haven't actually made a decision on that point. I am actually now thinking of making little short videos for X, potentially. I haven't decided yet, but that's a potential. So I'm still thinking about it, whether I do it for there or I just load them up on Rumble and then just make links on X and YouTube related to those. So there's a bit of thinking about all that, but I haven't actually sort of hammered it in the way I want to in that regard. But anyway, let's continue. Well, I've changed gender and gone vegan. He'll have changed. Oh, that radical. The Gulag experience wasn't that bad, Lilith. I didn't even have to learn Chinese. God. Johnny Wong, how are you, mate? Or Russian. Russian, that's right. Russian. Gulag. Yeah. Didn't even have to learn Russian. So food and lifestyle tips to increase non-pineal melatonin. Just basically, uh, as far as I think you're talking about the mitochondrial stuff that I've been talking about, because that's what it is. That really just taurine is the key component there, and obviously the internal clocks are very important. So from what we know is you've got to go out and get the signaling. It's the stuff that Jack talks about, Jack Cruz, and it's actually getting the signaling from the environment to tell the actual mitochondria via cytochrome C. So you've got which is related to complex 4, and you've got sort of signaling that's coming, photonic energy that's coming through, and actually enabling that pathway to provide the appropriate photo signaling within the mitochondria to tell it exactly how to synchronize its clocks. So getting outdoors as often as possible. I've got the bulbs, which are circadian bulbs. That'll be on that video. I'll actually explain it because I'm going to go through the clocks and the times, and so there's a video this week that will explain a lot about how to sync your body with the circadian rhythms, and that will actually improve melatonin production inside the mitochondria, plus increasing your taurine. Taurine is important to get enough taurine, at least anywhere between 4 to 6 grams, to get sufficient to support that additional production of melatonin, which does a lot of the repair work. Plus, it reduces oxidative stress within the mitochondria themselves and improves their functioning inside the cell. It improves protein folding and protein stability. And protein stability and protein folding are very important to inhibit aging or disorder or entropy. So it actually has like an anti-entropy effect in the body by maintaining cellular stability. So that's pretty much it. There's a plug for taurine again. God, that fella gets a lot of plugs on this channel. That's all I can say. But he does a lot of things as well. Martin, how are you? Good to have you back. Yes, it's good to be back in that regard. What's Jay saying? What? Clapping. Great to have you back. Love. Thanks, Jay. Jay Ducky. Okay, how was your lunch? It was good. It was basically chops. So 6 lamb chops, yummy, with some mozzarella, the little mozzarella type cheese. So just had that. The old man had the same as me, turning into a little carnivore, the old bloke. Yeah. But so we had that. We had a coffee after, a bit of a chat, and then I told him, well, I need to make tracks to get back home because I had some laundry stuff to sort out before the live stream. So yes, most of it's hanging behind me. Yeah, Johnny, is there any harm in supplementing alpha ketoglutarate long term? I wouldn't. Unnecessary, completely. In that regard, I mean, it has some benefits in terms of metabolism, but it's sort of unnecessary. In a sort of cancerous state, it sort of seems uh, to both be like a double-edged sword. It's not necessary. I don't see it as a necessary thing. Carnivore diet will furnish you all the sort of macronutrients that the body requires. There are things we can do. This may have more benefit for somebody on a SAD diet or some other diet, but less for a carnivore. The amount of amino acids, the amount of stuff we get, the amount of stuff that we can produce. So is yeah. And then the quality of a lot of the products out there, I've got question marks on them. in terms of their stability. So, but since I haven't looked into it sufficiently enough, it's just some general anecdotal type. So, yeah, in that regard. Anyway, question. Surapu and Esklon talk a lot about easy water, structured water recently, the fourth phase of water that turns into H3O2. Is there something to it? Do you also implement it to your life? I personally consider structured water and the fourth phase of water as bogus pseudoscience. So that's my personal opinion. I don't believe in the fourth phase of water. There are three phases, actually four, but it's not this one. So, of matter, which is plasma, solid, liquid, and gaseous, and plasma as far as matter goes, and with water, just the three of them, which is solid. Now, there are transitions between those, and you may get certain crystalline structures that form and all that. Those crystalline structures are all affected by solutes. Solutes are the ions, the minerals, the ions that are inside that. And even, Bollock, even he admits in his sort of research that solutes play a role. Well, we know solutes play a role. So this sort of this changing the viscosity. I mean, just put a whole lot of salt in water and allow it to dilute. You're going to change the viscosity of water. It's a solute. It has nothing to do with water. It's complete and utter pseudoscience as far as I'm concerned. So you have to provide mathematical formulation and experimental evidence that other people can replicate. It's no different than cold fusion. It's another basically bogus piece of pseudoscience as far as I'm concerned. That is a chemical reaction which people have made out as if there is more energy coming out. Absolute nonsense. A lot of the instruments that were used can potentially interfere and create these sort of fuzzy effects and fuzzy measurements. So, and most of these measurements, when you look at a lot of this sort of stuff that people are actually put and promote, it's very much fuzziness. And I hear, like there's, I think there's an artist that I remember seeing years ago that somebody showed me, and she was actually, it was a she, I think. I could be wrong. If I am, I am. It's a long time ago, but it actually showed sort of in different phase in the transitional phases of water between in the ice, the crystalline, certain solutes, different minerals have a different effect on the way structures can emerge within ice. As an example, the crystalline structure that can actually emerge. It's no different than in certain minerals. If you deliberately dope a mineral with certain types, people that do. I read material science because I come from sort of a more engineering type area. And I do have an interest in material science for my own reasons. Before I even got into physiology, biochemistry, or anything to do with human health and nutrition or whatever. And within material science, you can actually, depending on what you're actually doping with, you can actually all sorts of structures can be created. So there's great beauty in terms of the way things can actually patterns can emerge in nature. But in order to call that a phase, that's a bit pushing the envelope in terms of scientific proof. I don't believe that there is any real proof for exclusion zone or structured water. That means water on its own behaving like this. Now, taurine has an effect on water, can actually manipulate water. It actually uses water to manipulate proteins and actually fold proteins that are misfolded, and also it manipulates water in order to affect what is called protein or cellular stability or protein stability. But that's not some sort of funky phase. It's just an ability, because it's an osmolyte, to affect fluids and the solutes that are in that fluid, like minerals and all that, to affect them in such a way in terms of creating certain effects. That doesn't mean that effect is something inherent in the water itself. You have to completely get rid of all the solutes, and you have to demonstrate a fourth phase of water without any solutes whatsoever, which means no minerals whatsoever. So it's not a phase of water. It's not a different we've got it's a different viscosity of water. I wouldn't use the word phase is the incorrect word to use. It's pretty much viscosity, and the viscosity can be affected by solutes, by minerals that are in the water and their composition and whatever else. So that's more the way you should see it. So that's how I view it anyway. I know I'm going to get a whole lot of hate mail, but I don't give a shit. I say, if you've got evidence to show me that there is a fourth phase of water, provide it, and provide solid evidence that water can be in a different phase, in a different phase, without any solutes. It has to be it has to be able to happen naturally, under certain conditions. Water doesn't require even at all. You can take all the minerals out and you can still turn it into a solid, into a liquid, or into a gas. It doesn't require those. So you can't actually use the justification that just because solutes affect its viscosity, that doesn't mean that it's another phase at all. It's just a different sort of the water molecules are just differently, sort of slightly arranged because of consequence of the solutes. So you can't make these sort of claims. It's wrong. But it's for another video, another time, when I'll be introducing some research and also an Australian academic that has looked into this. So because it probably needs to be knocked on the head. It is pseudoscience. Anyway, hip stiffness in older age comes from too much deuterium exposure during life. Are daily stretching routines like a waste of time? Then we can't really improve much. No, not really, because look, when you're on a species appropriate diet and you're eating actually properly, you will over time deplete deuterium. Just from being in a low deuterium state, the body will start cleaning up this sort of stuff. But you still need to work the tissues. You still need to exercise. You still need to the movements. It's just that it's going to be slightly harder. And actually, even some of these movements allow for the sort of healing and cleaning out of some of the fibrosis that is created by the deuterium. So it's a good thing to actually have a bit of those sort of movements. So I wouldn't say it's a waste of time, but obviously you can't be guzzling down high deuterium foods and expecting things to basically get better. It's just not going to happen in that regard. So, okay, does cutting carbs lower IGF-1? Heard one of the most anabolic hormones. It's IGF-1 is essential if you want to maintain musculoskeletal mass. So IGF-1 isn't bad. Insulin isn't bad. None of the hormones are bad within the proper range. This is what we need to understand. It has nothing to do that it's reductionist to sort of claim that mTOR is bad or IGF-1 is bad or insulin is bad or any of these things are bad. None of them are bad. They're just hormones. If they're out of their range because you're eating species inappropriate foods and engaging in the Randall cycle, well, that's the problem. You fix that problem, and you don't have the problem. Now, IGF-1, insulin, insulin, mTOR, when they get activated in the musculoskeletal tissue, they maintain healthier bones and healthier, muscles into old age. That's what you want. Where you don't want is excessive levels of IGF-1, insulin, and expressed elsewhere other than the muscle tissue. So if it's actually expressed in the fat tissue, what will happen? Well, when you have high elevated, this is where the association comes from. So when people say, oh, IGF-1, insulin, and mTOR are associated with worse outcomes, well, it depends where it's being expressed. If it's being expressed in the fat tissue, yes. If it's being expressed in the muscle tissue and the bone tissue, no. It's the complete opposite. And it usually, in those tissues, is expressed in a lower level, and in the other one, it's expressed in a higher level because people are on a sad diet and engaging in the Randall cycle and pushing those things to a much higher level. You can't do that in a low-carb state because glucagon is temping down. And remember what I've said in the past, insulin and IGF-1, when you go to simple organisms, it's one thing. There's no separation. That division of labour happened in more complex organisms. Got it? So when insulin goes up, so does IGF-1. They go in lockstep. They just follow each other, like Siamese twins. So that's how you have to view them. So the thing is, it's not. So when you actually, let's say you have a steak, your insulin to glucagon ratio is 1.3. That means the amount of insulin you've got in relation to glucagon is just slightly above at 1.3. Fasting is 0.8. Even in a fasted state, you still have some insulin in your system, which is very low compared to glucagon. Unless you're dead, that's when none of these things are registering. They're all zeros. Got it? So, you still need these hormones, but excessively signaling of these hormones is a problem. At a low level, not a problem. So it depends on what they're doing in the body. So at a 1.3 insulin to glucagon, the amount of insulin, IGF-1 signaling and mTOR signaling in the musculoskeletal is much lower. Being on a potato diet, it's slightly higher. You have a 4-to-1, so 4 insulin, a ratio of 4-to-1 in terms of a potato diet. And we know on potato diet, you disengage the Randall cycle. And while it's deficient, and in the long run, you can't sustain that because it's nutrient deficient, but you can lose weight on it. So, and you can lower slightly inflammation because you're disengaging the Randall cycle. But long term, you're also putting more deuterium in the system and you're doing a whole lot of other deleterious things. So you're going to pay for it another way in that regard. But it still has a much lower insulin and IGF-1, and this is why low-fat diets, short-term, you can actually see some benefits, So, if you're going to do the ultimate low-fat diet, you wouldn't do a vegan diet because a vegan diet is just full of plants and full of crap that actually is going to cause problems. You'd do something like, sort of lowish protein with starch, as an example. And in that regard, you'd get that, and you'd keep them separate, the starch from the protein to some extent, and that's how you would more arrange it if you're doing, and you would get slightly better effects. But still, it'd be negative because long term, you're still going to get more deuterium than you're going to get from fat. So long term, it's going to be deleterious to your mitochondria in the short run, but you can still sustain that far better. And that's why the, protein and starch type approach that the repeat people have, they can sustain it longer than the vagoons. Got it? With a difference? And they are running much lower insulin to glucagon ratios than a sad dieter or a vagoon that's eating, the vagoonerized 2.0 sad diet, a plant-based sad diet version of oils and that, and is going to be engaging the Randall cycle and is going to be inflaming themselves for as just as much, if not more, because they're actually having fake meats and fake that, which has a lot of oils in them, so they're going to be inflaming and putting more deuterium and doing more damage than even a sad dieter in comparison. So that's the difference. But doing the other one, which is sort of, basically a fasting mimicking diet, which is what most vegans, especially fruitarians, is definitely a fasting mimicking diet. But many of the others that are not getting sufficient nutrition in, they tend to waste away, and they can probably only last for about 5 years, most of them. Most of the others, some of them bodybuilder ones will use anabolic steroids and a whole lot of protein supplements, things that didn't exist years ago. They can do it now. They couldn't do it a decade ago. That doesn't make it species appropriate or anything like that. It's just basically that people can do it where they couldn't do it before, So anyway, so I think we've whipped that horse quite well. Keto flu symptoms basically a sign of not eating enough animal. Yeah, usually is. It usually is. It's just far too catabolic, and you tend to dump a lot of your fluids and electrolytes. So it's just you end up being much closer to the 0.8 in insulin to glucagon, and that's the problem. People tend to be close to 1-on-1. You've got to be slightly above. Insulin needs to be slightly above glucagon. Otherwise, you're too catabolic and you're dumping things. You're going to be losing a lot of fluids and all that. And that's the difference between a plant-based keto diet, which is very catabolic, and people struggle with electrolytes and they have to get electrolyte powders, where people that are eating sufficient protein are getting that slight anabolic effect once or twice a day, sufficient to basically hold on to fluids and all that. And if they don't drink a lot of fluids, a bit like our ancestors didn't, then they also are able to upregulate their antidiuretic hormones and hold on to things and regulate things much better, especially when they've got osmolytes like taurine, because they're eating sufficient protein and getting it both in the food and some of the other stuff. Anyway, let's move on. Is raw milk a problem during pregnancy? No, absolutely not. Saladino and had a DEXA scan last year, and his visceral fat was measured at 0.3 pounds. Thoughts on this? No thoughts whatsoever. So you can actually manipulate anything you like and make anything look any way you like. So that's why I don't do any tests, because if I want to, I can manipulate anything I like. Anything. So remember that. Humans can stop consuming something for months and then go and do a test and go, well, look, it's not a study. It's not it's not science. Science is controlled. You're in a lab and we do tests. And when we do tests with rats and humans in a lab locked up, what do we see? We see an increase in visceral fat. As far as I'm concerned, unless he does a controlled experiment, who gives a shit what his scan came up with? So I just don't buy anything. And I think he's, let's say, a person that likes to, he doesn't play by the rules, let's put it that way, without me getting myself into trouble. Anyway, if you know what I mean. Is raw milk and no? Yep. You asked me twice that question, Martin. You. How does calcium deglycerate do apart from removing excess estrogen? And also, look at it. What it does is the key thing that I like that it does, because the body itself can excrete um, to some extent xenoestrogens and you know your own estrogen from your body and all that. The problem is reabsorption of some of these things and heavy metals and all that. There are some bacteria, and it depends on your gut microbiome situation. It's very nuanced and all that. I usually recommend this because I don't know what people's microbiomes are like. And I go, if you're sick, you're likely to have also microbiome issues. So I'm going to give you something that I know you're not going to reabsorb. And also it's going to bring down the xenoestrogen, the heavy metals, the and all that much faster. It actually just supports the detox pathways in the liver, and it actually supports within the gut. It supports the excretion and inhibiting certain pathogens that have the ability of breaking down the bile sort of the membrane that bile actually will create around certain things that it's excreting, and this can be slightly damaged by certain bacteria. Well, this inhibits that so that it prevents even small amounts being reabsorbed. It's not like massive amounts are getting reabsorbed, but some can. And this over time, you can actually get health benefits faster in a sense. On a species appropriate diet, it could clean up a lot of this sort of stuff anyway. It just will take longer. It's sort of when people are struggling and all that, it's giving them you could say, an assistance, a support to get things to work a bit faster in that regard. Um, is it true that overfeeding fat will store more fat compared to overfeeding carbs? No, that's just nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense. Um, excessive amounts of any food will be stored. So if you eat excessive carbs or excessive fat, you will store it. You know what the difference is? When you're eating carbs, your insulin is high, you can't access your stored fat energy. That's the difference. That's why in a low carb diet, as long as you keep insulin at a much lower, that 1 to 0.3, that lower threshold, what happens is when you're not eating, the hours you're not eating, sleeping in between, guess what happens? You don't have very high insulin, you can access that fat. On a carb diet, in 2 hours, you're nearly hypoglycemic running to try and find more carbs. So that's the problem with overfeeding on carbs. You can overfeed on fat, but once you've stopped, you can still access that because your insulin isn't that high to blunt hormone-sensitive lipase. So hormone-sensitive lipase, as long as it's elevated and it's not suppressed, it can release free fatty acids when it's finished using up the energy that's come in from the diet. But obviously, how depends on how quick you want to adjust body composition or whatever. But there's another advantage by eating more. What's that advantage? And I had like Kitty, she was going, oh, I'm struggling to lose a bit and I've got a bit of a plateau. And I said, are you eating enough fat? She goes, yeah. And so I got to eat more. Guess what happened? She lost weight because she pushed her metabolic rate up. Got it? More coming in, the body goes, oh, we got plenty of stuff, more than we need. We need to push metabolic rate to get rid of it. Guess what happens? Metabolic rate's still up. 24, 48 hours still up. But in between that 1 or 2 meals, where's it going to get the energy from? And since the metabolic rate is much higher because you've actually put more in, where's it going to get it? It's not being inhibited anymore by insulin, so it's going to run and get it. So, yeah, it's not the same as carb eating. It's a completely different state. Now, obviously, there are nuancing. People have plateaus and they go, why? They could have deuterium damage to the mitochondria. And that means they don't have the ability to oxidize as efficiently as others, and they need to fix their mitochondria, and it can take a number of years sometimes until they repair their mitochondria. Sorry, but if you've been putting seed oils into your body for multiple decades, those are the consequences. You're not going to have youthful mitochondria that can actually oxidize, substrates of energy much faster like they used to when you were in your 20s and 30s. People like the Maasai and people like that can still do it because they have youthful mitochondria, which they didn't poison with processed food. Simple as that. So don't blame the food for the past indiscretions as well. You need to be cognizant of that. And that's where good sleep hygiene, deuterium depleted water to lower the deuterium threshold in your body, to, taurine. These are biohacks that also help with, basically repairing the mitochondria as well, which is what I said earlier about the melatonin in the mitochondria and blah, 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 blah. Yes. So we need to nuance things because a lot of people create so-called issues because they're ignorant about mechanisms and things that cause a lot of these problems in the first place and race down the wrong rabbit hole. Yes. Million, how are you? Hi, how are you? It's been a long time. Very happy you're back. Thank you. Yeah, it has, yes. I've been a bad boy, a really bad boy. Martin, what are your thoughts on the recommendation of Western price, especially regarding consumption, properly prepared grains, as long as they're accompanied by abundance of animal protein and fats? Nah, they're unnecessary. And they've got protease inhibitors. Look, my dad still, doesn't do the beans anymore. Thank God for that. But he does do lentils because he enjoys lentils. So it's one of his favourite, and he still soaks them for a whole damn week until they become very soft, which means that a lot of the anti-nutrients have been broken down, and cooks them sufficiently to break them down and all that. So it's more of a pleasure food because he enjoys it. But is it a need for nutrition? No. It's just these foods were fillers, and what people did because they remember in the past they didn't have supermarkets, or the amount of food that we have today is far higher than most people had in the past. People struggle to get sufficient nutrition, especially if you're a peasant, a very poor person or peasant. And so you got small pieces of meat. So getting some additional stuff like that and then breaking down the protease inhibitors and all that sort of stuff, it was well worthwhile to break all that crap down, those anti-nutrients, ferment the stuff away and all that, and do all those steps because you needed that extra nutrition because you just couldn't get it from animal foods because you were poor. You just couldn't get enough. And so these were poor man's foods, where the rich weren't actually eating these foods. They were eating more things like refined sugars from the cane fields of the Americas that had been found, or before that it was alcohol that the rich were consuming, like large amounts of alcohol because that was their pleasure kick. And then the new drug was refined sugar that came in from the Americas. That so. Well, they were eating all these animal foods and all that because they could afford it. They had their own little areas, enclaves where you couldn't hunt in them because they were the lord's, forests or whatever. So, it's very different. And so it's understandable that people, but also they combine lactoferrin, so raw milk with lactoferrin, and lactoferrin binds to lectins and things like that, like gluten and whatever else. Plus the wheats had far less gluten. Zea bread, like in Greece, which existed in antiquity, that bread had hardly any. It was like gluten free, but it became like a stone. So all you can do then is toast it after, cut it, and put it over the fireplace and toast it, and actually put a bit of butter on it and slab a bit of cheese on it, like my father used to do when he was a young kid. That's what his mother used to do for him. And the main fat that they used to use was lard in the village. That's in the mountains, very much like the Sardinians and all these other longevity people. And his grandfather lived to 107. It's just, yeah. So, yeah, I don't subscribe to Western Aid price. I did when I was younger, but in my paleo days, but and then sort of after that, in the low carb, in this sort of period, I sort of jettisoned a lot of that. And then just realised about all the anti-nutrients and all that, and how people were forced to eat these things because they had no other options. And they developed ways of reducing the amount of deleterious damage that these things cause to their body. So, unnecessary. Can you give us some guidance for recovery after stroke? Taurine. Really, I'm not kidding you, taurine. BPC 157 also seems to help as well, which is a peptide, which has some reparative and healing things. But really, it's the thing that's going to mop up a lot of the oxidative stress is taurine. For when it comes to strokes, because usually the damage happens with what is called reblood perfusion. When the blood runs back in, there's a lot of damage, and a lot of oxygen is brought back in, and that actually has a lot of reactivity with that tissue. That's what creates horrendous amounts of oxidative stress. So, there's a number of peptides that really help. Taurine is a sulfonic acid that also has a lot of improvements in dealing with fibrosis and dealing with a lot of oxidative stress. It reduces it. So obviously there are other things as well out there that can help, but um, ultimately you have to deal with it. Now there's a lot of due to what some people did and many other things like that. These prevalent. I had one guy who was telling me about his conditions and all that, and then eventually he told me that he had that 3, and it just described all the symptoms. And so then he realised, oh, I'd done it to myself. Yeah, you did. So there is a protocol for that. But it'll have to be, I won't be able to put it on YouTube. It'll be on the Rumble in the Jungle channel, which I'll create a video and plug it there. People have to go there to watch it, and it'll provide them information of dealing with those problems from that issue. Now, I don't know whether that issue is the one that is the cause of this. Strokes can happen for a lot of reasons. Heart defects can actually cause it, which has nothing to do with diet. An injury to the head can actually cause it, which has nothing to do with diet. There are a number of non-dietary related conditions. Or there are also dietary related conditions, which has to do with plaque and, plaquing, and that happens over decades. If you have a lot of soft plaque, that's the worst part. I tend to say to people, stabilize it. Now, if you reduce the inflammation, what happens is you will as you get in a carnivore diet and you reduce inflammation, your CAC will go up. Actually, your calcium score will go up, and that's a good thing. I've done a video on that, and then it will come down because it's stabilizing the unstable atheroma, and you want that because you don't want it to be unstable because that's what kills you. Got it? So, yes, I forgot my coffee. Well, there's Sammy as well. G'day, mate. Great to see you back, Harry. Yeah, great to see you as well. Uh, but my coffee's getting cold and it's getting late as well, nearly 7. Anyway, well, yeah. So Give me some more details about the exact what caused the conditions and things, medications and stuff like that. I need details. Just leave me a comment after, and then I'll go through and give you a bit of a rundown on approaches, because I'll have to go through, if I don't know the medicine, I'll have to check on how it's reacting with certain other things, because there are a number of enzymes you can use to clean up some of the, so they can go in there and eat some things up. But I need to know what medications the person may be on as well, because that has an effect on what you can recommend. So I can recommend taurine generally, and you will probably know, as everybody of my subscribers usually know, that lithium, metformin, and blood pressure meds are an issue when it comes to taurine. So you do no more than 2 or 3 grams a day, split as 1 gram per meal. But if they're not on those medications, then you can go slightly higher. You can, even on those medications, you can go to 222, and you shouldn't, technically, most people shouldn't get a lot of reaction, and then they can have them slightly adjusted or eliminated completely, since they're not that necessary. But when it comes to some of the other stuff, some of the other enzymes and some of, you've got to know some of the drug, because there are pharmacokinetic issues that potentially could interact in a certain way and create more problems than you can poke a stick at. So I'm always asking people to tell me the medications. I need to know them, because I can't blindly recommend anything. Anyway, my girlfriend has been struggling with migraines in the form of kind of numbness, sensation, dizziness. Any idea for a cure? She does carnivore, takes B vitamins and taurine, carnitine, etc. Any drugs? Does she do any drugs? Migraines can be a whole lot of reasons that can actually be causing migraines. It's not, so you can actually have like certain mental or brain conditions that can actually cause it. You can have a problematic, you know, people. Let's say you've got issues with your gallbladder from a previous diet that hasn't been completely resolved. It can cause both headaches and migraines. It's well known. Exposure to certain things like mold in the environment can affect somebody and give them a lot of bad migraines and headaches. So it's not only, some people are more sensitive to light, blue light, and that can also cause them migraines. Usually people that do have a light sensitivity, usually have had migraines most of their life. Now, if she's had migraines most of their life, she may have some level of photosensitivity. Thanks, helicopter, for going past. Just wait a bit. A little bit of more coffee. So, yeah, there could be those sort of issues. So you need to find out, um, I don't know whether you live with her or you don't live with her, what the story is, and in that regard, so there could be a number of issues that you need to sort of investigate in that regard. So she may have to go. I usually say to people, if you've got those sort of issues, go and test and see whether it's a biologic. That means there's something in your system that shouldn't be, is one element. Or the other issue is with light. Play around with light. Get, blue blocking glasses. Reduce your screen. You don't even have to buy blue blocking glasses. If you want to, you can just reduce your screen time and see whether that fixes a problem. Then it's a photosensitivity issue. So, it's, people need to look into those things. What may be driving it? because there are more factors than just dietary. We live in a very different, non-natural world. We're exposed to all sorts of things, so it's not just. Sometimes people have been known to be exposed to certain heavy metals and get certain strange symptoms, where they're eating the same stuff, everything. They're just working in a work environment where they're being exposed to stuff that they're not aware of. So it's really hard for me to, sometimes, a general practitioner or an MD most likely will have no idea about these things. It's actually best to go to a naturopathic doctor and ask them to do a panel test to look at potential exposures. You need to eliminate at least that to know, is this person actually being exposed to anything? And do they have any deficiencies? That's, hair mineral tests and stuff like that. So once you've covered all that, if it's not something like that, then it's something different. Um, so it's not an exposure. Then you're looking at basically, what are you doing? Are there other elements in the diet beyond just the carnivore diet? And then the actual sleep, and light hygiene, because photosensitivity issues can manifest in things like, dizziness, these sort of sensations very much, when you look at photosensitivity and what may bring it on, maybe an infection, who knows? There's a lot of things that can sometimes change the direction of a person's life. So that's why you need to sort of investigate the stuff. From here, I can give you a whole lot of reasons, but without investigating, it's really hard to know. If you were to, let's say, said, Harry, we did this and this test, we came up with these results, then I could actually give you a recommendation. But without knowing, I'm just speculating. I'm just, so it's these are the sort of things that you need to work with someone like a consultancy or stuff like that, where it can be investigated. You just cannot on a Q&A. Q&A are meant to, people need to understand Q&A are meant to be issues that we discuss, like, what do you think about alpha ketoglutarate? What do you think about this molecule? What do you think about this biological pathway? What do you think about this? Or what do you think about this food? Or with trying to diagnose a person on a live stream is next to impossible. Some people can give you some symptoms. You can give them, like I've done now, a general outline of things that possibly they need to investigate, and that's all I can give you. Let's move on. Are synthetic supplements safe, given how they are derived? Depends. They could be extracted with solvents. That could be petroleum, hexane, alcohol. Who knows? Yeah, look, there's a lot of that sort of stuff. Especially a lot of the cheaper supplements that are actually manufactured in China and elsewhere. The, the US and Germany tend to make some of the best supplements in the world in terms of efficacy and methods of extraction and methods of production. That's why they tend to be slightly more expensive. And people should only supplement with things when they really need them. It's not, you should get all your nutrients from your diet. We use supplements as a way of correcting deficiencies. They're not a lifestyle. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, thoughts? Yeah, we that before. You're doubling the questions, mate. You're doubling the questions. Does the optimum potassium to sodium ratio really come up too forward one, as people like to coach? Stefan and Keto Pro Richard Smith say, then I'm using way too much salt when I salt to taste. I don't really personally believe in a lot of that. Remember, you excrete about less than 200 milligrams of potassium per day, and you also excrete sodium, you excrete a lot of things. The body's actually able to regulate all these things. Uh, you've probably heard me in many cases. Uh, and if you're doing, Stefan, if you're doing actually taurine and you've got sufficient taurine in the system, it'll regulate all this sort of stuff. You don't even have to think about it. You know? So, and if you're not consuming a lot of water, yeah, the body can get rid of a lot of this sort of stuff. It can regulate a lot of these ions and stuff like that. Derangements happen, as I said, when you're insulin, you're too catabolic, like too ketotic. In a too ketotic state, you can drop um, these sort of things. It's not really an issue. I usually say it's a protein deficiency, and not getting enough taurine or the precursors that synthesize taurine and a number of other osmolytes in the diet, which is eating sufficient animal foods to regulate most of the extracellular fluids and the ions in the body. So when you get enough of these, it's usually a non-issue. I don't take any electrolytes, never have. Well, I did in my keto days, but that's when I was under eating protein. I don't anymore. I don't need to. And I don't consume shitloads of water either. That's another reason why I'm not continually urinating. And I probably go to the toilet about 3 times a day sometimes. Um, I'll probably go 4 if I actually consume. Like today, I'll probably go late at night because I've already been 3 times. Before I go to bed, it'll be a 4th just because I'm drinking additional fluids while I'm doing this live stream. So if you don't consume a lot, you upregulate your antidiuretic hormones and you hold on to your fluids, you hold on to your ions, and you're not dumping things and you're regulating or recovering most of that sort of stuff. The body's pretty smart. Most of the tribal people, that's how they do it. They don't sit around guzzling down shitloads of water every day or electrolytes or whatever else. As Mary Ruddock, when she went to, because I've done videos with her when she was with the Maasai and the Hadza and people like that, they didn't do any of that sort of shit. They're not stupid. They know that the body can actually take care of itself as long as they don't throw too much garbage into it. So, yeah. I don't buy most of that. All that sort of ratios and stuff like that are just pretty much nonsensical. The body knows how to regulate itself if you give it the right nutrition and don't derange it. Slightly excess of this or slightly that, it'll sort of force it out. From the bile, I mean, if you consume excess, let's say, manganese, if you've got a good gallbladder that's functional, you'll excrete up to 90% of it. It is impossible. Let me say that again. It is impossible to get, toxic levels of manganese in your system. So manganese toxicity can only happen if you can't excrete the damn thing, or you're supplementing heavily for what crazy reason, you know. So I'll let my body regulate things personally. That's the way I approach things, unlike other people. So anyway, what causes pimples? Hormones, oily skin, gut issues. Yeah, a lot of things can actually cause pimples. Obviously, sugar or any skin inflammation can actually cause histamine release. Mostly J. Now, what sort of nice sweet things are you consuming lately? So, yeah, pimples are usually a sort of an indication people are eating very much species inappropriate foods. Now, there are some people that will actually break out in pimples with alcohol. So, that can be another thing. Now, obviously, hormones can be deranged, and there are environmental reasons as well for hormone derangements. There's not only dietary, but there can be, and that also can actually cause skin outbreaks of different types, not just pimples, but many other types. When it comes to a lot of things like oily skin, gut issues. I used to have oily skin. I don't have oily skin anymore. I used to have massive dandruff. I don't have dandruff anymore. So I used to have a lot of things. I used to have alopecia. You can see the hair. I don't have. You look at Georgie Blinkoff and all this front part is all missing. And I've got genes for baldness because my uncle's bald, and so are my two cousins. They've lost a lot of their hair, especially my oldest cousin Harry. He's got the same name as me. That's Dad's brother. Dad had alopecia, and his alopecia is actually reversing currently. He had quite a lot of alopecia about 5 years ago. And since he's been consuming more animal foods and reducing all the, let's say, the indiscretions these old people, uncontrolled old people, out of control old people do partake in, sweet things and stuff like that. Yes, he had an increase in alopecia, like Georgie Blinkoff. That guy, Ray Pete's mate. They like to, yeah, exactly. So another toss off, and their nonsense. And I've got genetics for baldness and alopecia. So, and for grey hair. And it's only now that I'm getting it, where my sisters had it in their mid-30s, my cousins on my mum's side had it, and mum had it in her mid-30s. So, mate, so I don't know what you're putting in your mouth, and I don't care what people do, what they consume and stuff like that, but I would clean up my lifestyle, and usually a lot of this sort of stuff goes away. Now, there can be some environmental things, obviously, that can actually cause skin irritation and stuff like that. I know that mold can be an issue. Exposures to hydrocarbons for some people, there's a sensitivity than others. Don't know why. It's just an association between some people and others. Stress is another thing. So, how's your mental sort of state? Take deep breaths. Get out in the sun. Walk away. There's no, in 1,000 years' time, who's going to remember? Is it going to make any difference in your life? Sometimes we need to push aside all the noise because it doesn't make any difference down the track. So, yeah. Yoros, how are you, mate? How to deplete deuterium without buying expensive deuterium-depleted products? Yeah, I know. I do it with liquid fats. That's how I've done it for the last couple of years, and slowly diluting, because I got exposed to massive amounts of deuterium in the past. That's why I ended up with cardiovascular disease at the age of 44. I'm 58 now. But that's what happened to me 14 years ago. Why? Because I consumed a lot. I used to cook continuously every night. I used to fried food in seed oil every single night. I think every night, practically. I can't remember a night. Fried food was my favourite food. And it was basically, it'd be potatoes, it'd be, potatoes, and it would be fish and chips, and it would be basically chips, so I'd cook the potatoes in the oil, I'd cook I'd fry the actual fish sticks and fish cakes and stuff like that, because fish is supposed to be healthy for you. So all that sort of stuff. And I'd have some bread and, a cereal in the morning, and that was my life. That's the sort of crap I ate, you know, pretty much. No fruits or vegetables, not that they would have made much of a difference. Very minuscule, if that. And yeah, it was a very poor diet. You could open up my fridge and you'd see pizza boxes in it. So yeah, I became very unhealthy. So yeah, and I can't afford. I did buy some deuterium depleted water, but I can't afford the price. It's just way too expensive. I understand fully. But if I, for instance, had cancer, I wouldn't give a shit then. I'd sell assets, I'd sell stuff like that and all that and buy it. You know, I'd borrow money if I had to as well, if I didn't have. But that's a different thing. That's life or death because I can always make it back. But if I'm, just want to deplete, just more animal fats and keep it, I kept it strict for a decade. I had to in order to clear out all the damage and all that. So that's important. So I mean, I say to people, it's not an easy. I would never sit here and tell you that it's going to be an easy road to recovery because it's not. It took me a whole decade or more to fix a lot of the problems that I created over decades. You have your whole body is turned over a decade, and even then, you're still going to have some residual damage. We're never going to be like the Maasai or the Inuit in a pristine environment, earthing themselves and in circadian rhythms and perfectly eating, all their lives up until their 120s or whatever, and having, perfectly strong bones and muscles and all that. And when no more cell division can happen, they just drop dead. We're not that. We are damaged goods. We're domesticated people with a lot of damage in us. And usually for us to get to a carnivore diet, or even those who get to a vegan diet and then eventually come to a carnivore diet, any diet outside the SAD diet is because we've been damaged so much. We're trying to find a way back to health. All of us have, a sorry story to tell. All of us, even you guys that are following me, every one of us, because we've done so much damage to ourselves. But I'm not going to bullshit to you and tell you lies that it's going to happen overnight or the carnival diet. It's great. It's like Swiss cheese. It'll do anything. It'll even actually launch the space shuttle. No, it's a species appropriate diet, but we need to do some biohacks with taurine, with, trying to deuterium deplete as much as possible, get out in the sun more often to be able to reduce deuterium levels, try to minimize our exposure to certain things. All these things that we have to do in order to try and actually slowly recover our health. And we have to be patient as well. It takes time. But I can tell you that everybody that does it eventually gets better. It just takes, depending on how much damage you've got, it may take a bit longer. You just have to persevere because we all get there, but at different times. We get to the finish or close to that finish line. We never get to the exactly finish line, but close to it, but at a different time slot because of depending on how damaged we are. And that's what this sort of whole community is and why I do it. I don't have to do it. I just do it for that reason. I've got a day job and I've got other responsibilities as well. I do this because I want to do it. That's my purpose, to try and actually promote this sort of stuff in that regard, because that's what I'm trying to get the message across and trying to, one, debunk all the nonsense, the noise out there, and give people some solutions that can actually work. So I understand because I've the same, like the water that I use, this is deuterium depleted water, but it's not, 10 parts per million. It's 136 parts per million. I get it from Melbourne, shipped over here. It's, it's basically alpine water from very high elevations that actually have lower deuterium. The water from those elevations is lower in deuterium. That's what I get. So I get that and I use it for my coffees primarily because that's the only real water that I have, that and guzzling down my vitamin D in winter. And sometimes when I haven't put it in my yogurt, the taurine, I'll put it in water and mix it just in a small amount and just guzzle it down. So that's what I use it for minimal things like that. But it's in a good range for a lot of these little things that I need it for. Online, you can actually find a whole lot of different products, alpine water, that has got different varied levels of deuterium isotopes. Some of them, deuterium levels. So ppms, some can be at 120, some can be at 125. Most of them around the 130 mark to 140 mark. That's where they are. Most of the alpine water. And it's the sort of water that I sort of recommend. I sort of avoid. I don't want halogens in my system to go into my thyroid or anywhere else. So I avoid fluoridated water, and also the toothpaste that I use doesn't have any of that sort of stuff either. Has none of the crap. So it's a clean one. But you've got to be very careful because at the moment, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, the big monstrosities, we know who they are and what their nefarious agendas. They're actually buying up a lot of the so-called, alternative medicine businesses. So companies that are producing supplements and all sorts of things. So we'll have to keep an eye on them. And I am going to do a bit of an investigation so you guys know what to avoid, because you can bet your bottom dollar that they will change the formulation, and I don't trust them. So we'll have to look out. That'll be another thing that we'll have to keep an eye on, which currently we don't have to. Yes, gets more annoying by the minute. Yeah, tell me about it. How can you help a female with sugar cravings when eating on an animal-based diet? Just increase fat. Is there any other things you could suggest? Look, sugar cravings are difficult because it's an addiction. It's, you're actually affecting the same opioid receptors in the brain as you are with heroin or, or any of the other narcotics, the illegal narcotics. One thing that I have found in research is that taurine has an inhibitory effect. One, it actually reduces, so it'll actually push down, does two things. It forces sugar out of the blood. This is why I always say to people, are you on metformin? Because it lowers blood sugar levels, like metformin. So I don't want people, especially people on a sad diet, ending up with hypoglycemia. So what it does is it'll lower that, but also it does another thing. It actually lowers lactate. So it forces lactate into the it forces pyruvate into pyruvate dehydrogenase into acetyl-CoA into the Krebs cycle, and the reason why it has the ability to force it in there, it actually reduces the amount of lactate that goes by the Cori cycle back to the liver to get reprocessed into new sugar. So some of it into glucose, some of it into glycogen, blah, 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 if you want for completeness in terms of biochemistry. Now, getting back to what I was saying, taurine does seem to have an inhibitory effect on cravings through GABA A in the brain. So it sort of suppresses those cravings and normalizes some of the brain chemistry. It lowers the excitation and the pleasure that somebody gets from an addictive substance. So that's what it's been shown. And so I've had people on like high doses of taurine, and they were able to get off cigarettes easier than the other times when they had tried it. So for any addiction, it seems to help. But obviously, it's not like a miracle cure. I'm not claiming it's a miracle cure, but what it does is it lowers the level of craving for the substance and makes it easier for the person to fight it, in a sense, psychologically. Now, obviously, there are other things you can do. There is things that are called like hypnosis. If somebody's suggestible, they can actually go through that path and get, hypnotic suggestion to avoid sugar. Pim, Bart Kay's partner, she has like a group of people. There tends to be a lot of women in that group as well. that tend to have, because women tend to have more of these cravings. They're more emotional creatures. They tend to have more of these cravings, and they need more help in that regard when it comes to addictions. So what I'm saying is she could probably join her. She's got a group, a Facebook group, and I think she's got another group as well. So do contact Pim, and and get her to get into that group, and they actually help each other in terms of trying to keep each other honest and trying to keep helping them with strategies to bring down their craving levels and stuff like that. So that's what I would do. Get into a group, a support group, that can help as well. When increasing energy expenditure through weightlifting and or physical labour should we then increase protein, fat, or simply eat more the same macros? Look, we just should eat based on satiety signalling. Am I hungry? Eat. Am I not hungry? Don't eat. When you do physical work and all that, or lifting, you're going to feel hunger. So, you usually give yourself food to support your physical requirements, the breakdown of tissue that needs to be, turned over. So, yes, in that regard, it takes some time sometimes to feel your body and its needs. So it's one of those things. I think Anthony Chafee said it quite well that, when you go completely clean and you take everything out, you're actually able to get the satiety signals way better. And I've noticed that when I've gone completely clean as well. I'm not always clean. I have to be completely candid and honest. But when I was for many months like completely clean, I could actually sense because there was no cravings. I could sense when I felt real hunger, real thirst, or anything like that, far better than when there are other things that are not species appropriate that can actually seem to buck things up. So if you really want to get into that zone where you really have the proper signaling, you really have to keep it cleaner. It is what it is. Anyway, Keegan Water, no, I haven't. I'll look into it, but I haven't heard about it. Apparently, the machine depletes the deuterium from it. Okay, I don't know. Somebody else's. Well, Hello Kitty, my next door neighbour, she actually mentioned about some device, but never. I never really got into a big conversation with her about it. So I may ask her again whether it was this or not that she was referring to, because I don't really know. Look, the way they actually do deuterium depletion, it's like the equivalent of an oil refinery, but it's a water refinery. And it has a long, high tower. And because deuterium is heavy, it tends to be at the bottom. And the fractionations as you go up, the lighter water is able to move up to the higher levels, and it's extracted through a process of I think they heat it and they were actually able to extract from different levels of ppm, and they've got it down to an art form. But as far as this device, does it have independent third party verification that it actually depletes to the level that they are claiming? That I'd have to investigate to know whether it is a viable option. Because if it costs a couple of $1,000, it's well worth going for something like that. Because if you think about it, the amount of water we go through, yeah, why not? So, yes. Anyway, Saladino claimed in a recent talk with Dr. Chafee that the Inuit got up to 20% of their calories. First of all, they some calories, but anyway, from carbs through the consumption of glycogen tissue of marine mammals. Thoughts? No, it's bullshit. And I'll tell you why it's bullshit. The Inuit consume about 70% of their diet comes from seafood, fish, the ones on the ice. The ones further down from the ice, they do consume some seasonal plants as well, not just the glycogen, but some seasonal plants. You may get some glycogen, but glycogen actually breaks down pretty fast. So, okay, somebody that basically has a bit of raw meat at the time of slaughter, yeah, they could get a bit of glycogen, but the reality is, most of the times it's actually taken back to the hut. By that stage, a lot of those glycogens have broken down. So, it's pretty much, it's bullshit in that regard. There's very little. Um, so I'll give you an example. Liver. Go and check the information, the nutrition. Do you see a lot of glycogen? Where is it stored? Primarily in the liver. Do you see lamb's liver having high levels of glycogen or sugar? Yeah, it's nonsense. Paul just makes up shit because he thinks a living animal and a dead animal are exactly the same. That what a living animal has is exactly the same as, it's just nonsense. Just nonsense. These things break down very rapidly, you know. So most of it actually turns into lactate. I mean, God Almighty, even basic stuff he doesn't. Yeah, so that's nonsense. Um, and at the end of the day, they do not consume large amounts of marine mammals, and they don't consume large amounts of caribou or stuff like that. They have seasonally caribou, and they have also seasonally certain types. And the majority of the seal, they don't actually consume at all. They also do create like a jerky out of it as well. Some of it they use a lot of the fat for cooking. So most of the cooking is done in seal's fat, the majority of it. So, and he doesn't tell you that, you know, seal fat has a very different composition than ruminant animals. But, and some of the other seafood that they consume are also slightly in PUFA, but he doesn't tell you that either. So, yeah, Saladino's selective, and he's just trying to justify his addiction. Simple as that. It's just nonsense. Um, yeah, he's definitely a crackpot that loves to trying to justify anything. And I would say to Saladino, show me a study that actually shows that they've actually taken precise measurements at the time of these people feeding, and they've actually determined this exact amount. Not your sort of bullshit extrapolation from a live animal into a dead animal. Get out of here, crackpot. Yep, yeah, not a problem. With a crystal wand first. Yes, could work. It may work. Uh, Apart from sleep, what causes dark circles under the eyes and what can be done about it? Are you having inappropriate foods? That can also cause that. Um, so, yes, you can. Are you having fruit? Have you been encouraged by Saladino to consume fruit or honey? Uh, yeah, sometimes it can also be sometimes disturbances in fluids. In your skin that can also, or some sort of irritation, and can actually cause things like that. Sleep is the big one. Disturbed sleep and stuff like that is the big one. Stress can also cause some of this sort of stuff. So there's a couple of different reasons. And I always say to people, when you basically look after yourself and you develop a good mindset, a more relaxed mindset, and you take measures to There is another, nicotinamide that actually helps with hydration of the skin. Seems to also help a bit, but it's not a solution supplementing. The because from niacin, when it goes through the salvage pathway, it actually turns into nicotinamide. Now you can get that cheap supplement, and that seems to also help a bit, especially with other skin conditions as well. But the key thing is you've got to look at your whole lifestyle and see whether there are issues and things that you can actually improve. That because ultimately we don't want to be supplementing, because it's like then you're doing the same thing as a medical doctor does. Take this drug and go away. That will stabilise this symptom. We don't want to manage symptoms. I don't want to manage symptoms for you. I want to encourage you to try and do better to get your life and your body working better. So focus on trying to clean out the things that are the stressful things in your life, doing those sort of things. Exercise, a bit of exercise, walking, just walking to get it out of how relaxing walking is. Getting outdoors, when you think about a problem, most people are encouraged to think about problems. It doesn't solve the problem. When you sleep well, you wake up the next day, you actually come up with a solution. You weren't thinking about it. You were subconsciously milling over it. Let the subconscious mill over it, not the conscious. Go out and relax your mind, and you'll actually get more benefit from that. You'll actually come up with better solutions, which is one thing, but also you'll relax your mind. You'll get out and you won't be thinking about most things. Even when I've got in the past upset with Mira, I just walk out. I go, you can have a discussion with yourself. I'm going. I'm not having this discussion. And pretty much when I go, and I've relaxed myself. And, by then she's apologising and resolving because she's less emotional. But there's no value, you know, it's not, it's a waste of energy. What, win a point? Who cares? In 100 years, who's going to care? People need to understand you're not, squabbling over things or arguing about things or whatever isn't going to fix anything. It actually just makes it worse. Sometimes taking a deep breath, just going for a walk, relaxed, don't say anything, just clear it out of your system, wake up the next day, and when you're in a more sound state and you may have something to offer to a conversation or something to offer as a solution, that's when you discuss. So there's a lot of things we need to do differently. See, tribal people don't have these problems because they live in a naturalistic environment. They're not squabbling over property, over money, over anything. They don't have these stresses because they don't exist. For them, it's just to talk about the hunt. How did that go? How did your gathering go, ladies? And how was your day? And this sort of stuff. And let's go over there and bonk a bit and stuff like that. It's a much simpler life and less stressful life. We sort of have to learn a bit. We can't go to that. That's not practical. But what we can do is learn some of the strategies of diffusing that. If you're in a tribal group, an extended family, what do you have to do? You've got to control your emotions. You've got to hold yourself a bit better and be a bit more reasonable because, it's not going to work if everybody goes at each other's. It'll fall apart and everybody will die. Everybody will starve. So you've got to actually come from a mindset that I need to basically step back. We all need to step back and sort of relax a bit, get it off and then when we've got something to offer as a solution, then discuss the solution in that regard and listen to the other person. Nobody zip it, listen. The other person zip it, listen. That's how you resolve things. That's how you come up with solutions. That's how you improve your stress levels between people. Trying to win points doesn't achieve anything. Conflict just makes things worse for everyone. Everyone feels shittier. What's the benefit? You've both lost, or multiple people have lost, or whatever. So there's a lot of things. I mean, I don't go into this sort of stuff generally, but from my own life experience, I've realised that, and I've sort of also, from my religious faith, Orthodox Christianity, coming back to that from being an atheist prick, and a loudmouth and an arrogant piece of shit and all that, I've learned to basically be more humble. I've learned to basically control my emotions and all that, and consider the consequences of my actions, because, you know, you're in a, whether in a family or whether in any sort of environment, making things worse doesn't achieve anything. You know, in the end, it's like when you stress yourself or you're actually harming yourself. Oh yeah, I won a point against that argument, but I harmed myself. You know, I created more tension and all that, but you're harming yourself as well. This is why people at the high level, very high level stress positions, they die younger with a lot of money. It's the people that are actually left behind that really ended up enjoying most of that. So you've got to realise, guys, that our lifestyles suck. I used to stress a lot about everything. I used to get in a lot of arguments. I used to, have, I behaved like a child, temper tantrums, not controlling my emotions as well. You once you realise these problems in your character, and you take actions to change them, though they also affect your health. Your psychology helps your physical health as well. It's not just a diet. It's we are, as humans, we're both mind and body, and when we forget about that and our environment that we live in, and we need to take all these things into account, why they can actually affect us. So I know it doesn't relate to exactly this question, but I felt like it's a thing that I need to get off my chest, in a sense, to just discuss that people need to. I want people to be better, for themselves, to be better, you know. And I'm not talking about, you know, like the woke cowards that avoid conflict. I'm not talking about avoiding conflict. You know, if nasty people come and you have to defend yourself, I'm going to get a rifle or a knife. I'm going to rip their throats. I will go for them. I can be quite a violent person. I have been in the past. So I will use whatever I need to for survival or to protect the people that I love. But that's fine there. That monster needs to be kept under control. That means you as a person need to control that monster. And you know what it does for you? Content inside. You get content inside. You start feeling better. Stress is a big killer. And it's a thing that can actually cause a lot of things that sometimes people actually have is down to stress. And so we need to learn strategies to de-escalate in relationships our conflicts between, partners and wives, husbands, kids, all these people, extended family, because there are things like that as well. I sometimes don't answer certain relatives deliberately when I don't want to have any frictious relationship with them. But anyway, I'll leave that aside. But at some point, you do have to engage, but you need to set boundaries and say to that person, look, I'm going to engage with you, but these are the boundaries. If you don't respect these boundaries, you're going to end, we can't communicate. I'm not going to waste my time screaming or arguing with the other person. Yeah, there's no benefit in it. Yeah, for either side, there's zero benefit. So it's important that we as people learn to relax better, go for a walk, clear our minds, learn to communicate better, learn to sort of de-stress, learn to take not everything to heart, and also not everything's a competition. You know, in a family, it's a unit. It's like a tribe, common interests. Arguing with a tribe and undermining the tribe is undermining yourself. And that goes for women and men and kids and everyone. And you have to have these honest conversations that undermining, being selfish and undermining your group you end up all in a worse situation because there are hostile forces out there and they don't give a shit about you. So you've only got yourselves, and if you don't pull together and sort things out, and it goes on a whole lot of things, lifestyle, diet, a lot of different things, and having difficult conversations, but they're necessary. But they have to be in a respectful way and not in a patronising or condescending or argumentative way, but actually, and if it starts getting like that, say, look, let's just leave it for now. We'll discuss this later on when we're all in a better frame of mind. There's no reason to, when things are starting to escalate a bit, so it's important in terms of our mental health state that we all want to have better, but it's also the group, and not only us, it's also our family members and all that, because they have their own stresses, their own things, and sometimes, but they have to be reasonable things, they can't be selfish things. Selfish things, they need to be called out. Simple as that. And I think most people know what is selfish and what isn't. Most of us know what is wrong and right. No matter what all the woke crazies out there are spewing out of their mind to their demonic, possessive minds, the majority of reasonable, most people know what's wrong and right and stuff like that. It's just a matter of knowing how to regulate your emotions and keep them within certain boundaries. Then you get better results. And you get better results on the health front and also the relationship front. Because a healthy relationship is also a healthy body. Because if you've got a healthy relationship, your stress levels are going to be lower. Your body's going to function better. So it goes around for everyone in that regard. And it's really important that the adults communicate, really important. And the kids know their boundaries as well. They are not your equal. They need to know their boundaries within that family structure. Like in a tribal society, you've got those elders, you've got certain people, and the other ones know their place. And they are happy, but they're not encroaching at those high decision areas, and they have no place there. But sometimes parents use the kids. That's wrong. And in that regard, is pulling the other parent aside and going, that's not on. You're undermining yourself and me. And we're doing damage to our kids because the kids don't have red lines and they'll abuse them. And then they'll become disrespectful to both of us. So we all lose. And we make it hellish. And because everybody wants to come home and actually find peace. Because ultimately that's why, you go out there in the jungle, fighting lions and whatever, and then you want to come back and relax, have a meal, relax, talk about the hunt, joke, because that's really what we want to do. And so it's important that we do these sort of things because it actually will make our lives better and it'll improve our health in general. Let's move on because I'm really falling behind now after I had my little rant. Until, how are you, mate? Anyway, have you, in the meantime, already looked into it? Artificial lenses used in cataract surgeries to prevent um, circadian health. Look, there's not enough evidence on in terms of cataract surgery having any deleterious effect in terms of circadian rhythms. I haven't found anything. Blue light still gets through, and remember, UV is what actually affects the frontal part of the eye. It's the UV. The rear part of the eye is actually blue light. So usually this has no really effect. If you're basically still through the lens, blue light's coming through, you're not blocking it with something like this. Whether you have a normal lens or you have an artificial lens, not going to make much difference. Those frequencies are still going to come through. So, I don't see a circadian issue with that sort of thing. There can be some what I call scarring fibro, sort of scarring tissue that can accumulate around the lens area and potentially could have some other effects long term. But if it's kept under control, it's sometimes some certain drops are required to maintain the proper hydration. It seems like if you've got more taurine, it will lower the oxidative stress related to that sort of and improve the healing. So that's also you can use that as a method. But no, it's not going to have a deleterious effect on circadian rhythms. Does dark chocolate help you against sun exposure like UV rays? Well, I remember there is what was it? I think it was a British study. I could be wrong. I think it was 30 or 15. I think it's can't remember. I think it was 15 in each group. One group was getting dark chocolate and the other one was getting light chocolate, but there was no control. So it's not a proper experiment because you've got to have a control. Somebody not getting anything. And it was done, God, how many weeks? It was either 6 or 12 weeks. I can't remember now. It's a long time ago. And what they did notice was that there was slight, the amount of sun exposure damage that was seen was slightly reduced in that regard, slightly. But it was actually had to do with can't remember now. Something in the chocolate. Could have been phenolic substances. I can't remember exactly. Something that was actually reducing the oxidative stress in the skin in that regard. That they noticed that there was a bit when they actually did checks on the skin of those people, they actually noticed slightly less damage from UV radiation, and the people were exposed over those weeks to the same amount. I do remember one thing about it. Their funding actually, because they didn't get any industry funding, but they did get funding from the University of Arts in London. Now I remember, just came to me. It is a British study. Yeah, so it was interesting to say the least. But probably dark chocolate's got a lot of oxalate and a whole lot of other issues. And again, retinol actually does a better job than those phenolic type compounds. It wasn't, the difference was marginal, even though they say, oh, it's a, but they were doing, like, from what I remember, the steps in terms of the redness and all that. It was like point something point, so they were doing that deliberately to make the difference look larger than it was statistically. If you do smaller numbers, if you do like big numbers, you're not going to see it's going to be a flat line. If you do very small, sub, not like 1, 2, 3, but point something, point this, and all that. Obviously, you're going to get slight variation between the baseline, and obviously, it's going to look slightly different. But nothing to write to mum home about. The difference wasn't like they say it was significant, but based on their statistics, the way they actually wrote them up, it wasn't really. So yes, it has, but it's a very minor thing. And retinol actually has a bigger effect. Like I did, you never should do over 10,000 IUs of retinol, but I did about 6,000, and I was in the sun all day long, and I didn't burn because when you from the liver, you'll actually produce matrix metalloproteinases. So when you actually produce any damage to collagen structures, these matrix metalloproteinases are upregulated, produced in the liver, sent to turn over the collagen structures. If there's too many of them expressed and they're not regulated, they can actually create things like eczema and all sorts of things, a lot of reaction, a lot of fibrosis as well. But if they're regulated, they do their job properly. Guess what regulates them? Retinol's the main one. That's what's in all the supplements. And the second one is vitamin D. So that as cofactors to regulate the matrix metalloproteinase, the MMPs 9 and 2 in the skin expression. So this works slightly different by sort of moderating very little oxidative stress, but the other method is far more powerful. So animal-based is going to be superior to this sort of nonsense, plant-based nonsense. The cost and the oxalates and all the other stuff, not worth it. The benefit is just so minuscule. But they called it significant. I remember they calling it significant. I actually looked at the graph, and I go, it's like minor. I mean, really? God. Yeah. One scientist calls significant, another scientist calls, or citizen scientist calls, bullshit. How can tribal people claim that they are 100 plus years? It's not like they have access to calendars. Actually, they do have calendars. You actually are wrong, Jay Ducky. They do have calendars. Their calendar's a bit more different than ours in that regard, but they do have calendars, and a lot of tribal people, even in Paleolithic times, not now, but Paleolithic times, they actually used to draw the actual movement of the sun, the movement of, you know, different celestial bodies and all that. Their shamans do a lot of that sort of stuff and calculations to this day. So they know quite well the seasons and the years and all that far better than us, and they have much more spatial awareness of their environment than we have. So yes, they can and all that. So and a lot of the people now in the tribal areas, they are registered by like the Kenyan authorities, like the government and all that. So they, at most, by the time they get registered, there may be a couple of years, like 1 or 2 or 3 years, where they could be out of whack when they get registration, but it's not massive. And these people are basically living beyond the 100 into the 100 and, yeah, so that is probably the study Serpanos talk about. Oh, you're talking about is that the what I was talking about before? Flavanol, cacao. Looks familiar. Provides photoprotection against UV-induced erythema, improves skin condition in women. Yeah, I think that's what it was called. It was a UK one. It's a long time. Yeah, I think it is that one. Sounds familiar. Yeah, yep. Even the tone of it, and yeah, Heinrich. I think he was the lead author. Yeah, I think that's the one. Um, but I think I may have it on the drive or somewhere. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, so they do have a sense of time. Actually, we modern people have less of a sense of time because we've actually outsourced a lot of these things to other people, where they haven't. A guy from Bart's Discord asked you about highly elevated B6 in the blood. Yeah, I did. I did answer that. Has cramps, palpitations, taurine suggested did not help yet. Thoughts? I've already talked to him and discussed all these issues, the different things, and gave him some things to try out and all that. So let him try those things out because he's actually got a rare genetic disorder. Okay, this is not your normal people. This guy has a rare genetic disorder. This is not the general public. So, and this is a small group of people that do have I've been dealing with a number of disorders now where certain people can't even eat ruminant meat. They have certain types of disorders that they can't regulate certain things or they can't tolerate certain things. They have to eat certain things, like certain seafood and certain other things in combination to make it work because they've got certain rare genetic disorders. So this person has, and now that person's come to that sort of environment and asked questions. Now those people are probably going to have even less knowledge about this disorder than I have. So if he wants to, he can come back and ask me additional questions and all that. I did end up having a long, detailed conversation with him about a lot of things, and some people have the ability to not clear out B6, and I gave him some things that he could do to reduce his B6 levels in that regard from the sort of levels that are toxic. The other thing is I wasn't certain about all his blood works because there was a lot of, like, let's say, gaps in a lot of that sort of stuff. And so he would need proper consultancy from someone, whether it was Bart. I don't have the time because I don't do them. I used to do that in the past, but I ended up nearly burning myself out doing it. So I stopped doing it completely. But he has a rare genetic disorder, and that's his problem. So I'll leave it at that. This is not relevant to other people at all. And he's required to go back and try a few things. And if they don't actually work, then come back to me and tell me what his new blood works look like and stuff like that. So I need some feedback to understand what exactly. And he hasn't done any genetic tests. He's just got the symptoms of a rare genetic disease. But is that the only thing? Are there other things happening? And that's the problem. I get half information. I'm not God to be able to get into somebody's head and know exactly what they're thinking and or in their genome and know exactly which genes are turned on and which genes are turned off in that regard. So if he needs to come back to me and ask me additional questions, he needs to come back. But I did suggest a few things that he needs to do and a few tests that he needs to do as well. So without that information, it makes it much harder to know exactly, about certain parameters and how what's happening in his body. And it's like, the Pottinger's cat. A number of generations, you get a lot of genetic problems and a lot of rare diseases. These are difficult. They're intractable. In some cases. All you can do is sort of band-aid solutions to reduce some of the symptoms. And he's had this for a long period in his life. And also this condition can emerge in later life. Some usually it manifests much earlier in life, and others there's a slow onset. It takes longer. Why exactly? We don't know. It is theorized that there may be additional genes that we don't know about that may be involved, and some of these people that are getting the manifestation later in life have slight variations in these genes. That's what's theorised, but we don't know. So he shouldn't be going and asking people that are ignorant about genetics, because he has a genetic disorder, because the Discord deals with general carnivore issues, does not deal with issues relating uh, to basically rare genetic disorders. Can you dismantle the vitamin A is toxic myth once and for all? Even Peter's going to Garrett Smith diet now. Look, I know there are many phrases out there. Look, excessive of anything is bad. So excessive vitamin D is a problem. Too little is a problem. Excessive vitamin A is a problem. Too little is a problem. The problem with Garrett Smith is he went from very high now to very low. So he's going to he created some issues for his clients and himself, and now he's going to create other issues. To say that you do not need, we know from experiments in animals, you can't do them in humans, experiments in animals, where the animals themselves had all out of their diet, retinol removed. Guess what? They became blind. They lost their, some piglets didn't even grow eyes, and there were a whole lot of other deformities. So to say that vitamin A is an essential is completely and utterly nonsense. But to say that that normal levels of vitamin A are toxic is also nonsense. Now, if you've got a fibrotic liver, damaged liver, it's probably not a good idea to consume a lot of vitamin A rich foods until you fix that. You reduce the fibrosis with something like lipoic acid. Shouldn't take that for a long period of time. That has side effects. But taking it for about 3 months, 1 to 3 months, depending on the severity of the damage in the liver, can actually heal the liver, and then you've got more storage capacity in the liver for retinol. Then the other thing is you need to basically, once you've done that, you need to, if you've got too much in your system, you need to basically avoid retinol-rich foods until those levels come down to normal levels, and then having a bit, and then going back to normal eating patterns is not an issue. I mean, remember the guy that actually was eating 25 eggs a day for decades and decades? His levels would have been about 6,000 to 7,000 IUs of retinol per day. Per day. Now, I don't recommend over 10. I don't recommend for vitamin D over 10 and retinol over 10. But vitamin D in winter and in spring and autumn, depending on your latitude, I do recommend up to 5,000 IUs. If you're in the tropics, why the hell aren't you getting outside? And so when it comes to retinol, 6,000 IUs is not a problem for me at all, because we've got clinical studies, we've got case studies of people doing it multiple decades. It's not even a question. The onus is on the person making the claim, like Garrett Smith. He's making the claim that it's toxic. Well, show us the evidence. He doesn't have any evidence. He just has certain case studies of people consuming excessive amounts. Well, if you're consuming hundreds of thousands of IUs or millions of IUs of anything, vitamin D or retinol, you're going to get yourself into trouble. That is beyond the physiological limit. If you excessively drink water, you're going to get toxicity. Is water toxic? No, but excessive amounts can be. It's beyond logic for somebody to claim something is toxic at any range. That's just beyond crackpot. That's just stupidity, you know, complete and utter stupidity. He fucked up with his clients, and rather than admitting that he was wrong, he doubled down and now demonises that and says, "Oh, I was misled," and blah blah blah, and trying to excuse his failure as a naturopathic doctor, because I think that's what he is. And now he's stuffing his clients up in a different way. You know, God Almighty, it's ridiculous. You know, so Scotty goes, "It's always the liver eaters that fall into this vitamin A toxicity after a while." Yeah, well, if people are actually eating excessive amounts, yeah. Yeah. So, look, even in tribal societies, nobody ate excessive amounts of liver. They use it as a multivitamin. They'd cut small little bits and feed it out. And even in Greece, on the west coast, where people eat a lot of organ meats, what they do is they cut them all in small bits and people have small little snacks of organ meats. Again, like a multivitamin. That's their place. Sitting and having a whole bowl full of liver isn't proper. No society does that. Only crackpot. Modern people that don't have food culture, that are basically barbarians, have no food culture whatsoever. Tribal societies have food culture. Past societies had food culture. People, since probably the 70s onwards, lost all their food culture because you know what? They handed it over to the food industry. And the food industry made them ready-made meals. Crap. And they thought that was food culture. Food culture in the past, people knew how to prepare food, how to slaughter animals, how to do all these sort of things. People have got no idea about food anymore. They don't even know what food is. So they've got no food culture anymore. They've completely and utterly lost that sort of stuff completely. So hold on, let me just finish this. 8 o'clock. Gone. Done. Now, where were we? Yeah, people just don't have food culture. And that's the problem. And they do just crazy, excessive things. Please don't do that. You know, prioritize animal foods within a reasonable level. I usually say to people that, have a bit of, a bit of seafood. And the reason, do we need seafood in the diet? Not really, if you're living in an ancestral environment. Why do I say that? Because the requirements, you're in a less inflamed state. You're walking on the ground, which it means you're getting a negative charge, which means your endothelium is sort of things are not sticky inside your bloodstream. So keep that in mind. Things are not sticky, and you're also beyond the sort of the you're not sticky, but you're also having less clotting factors. You're also don't have the inflammation of a Western person. You're not exposed to non-native EMFs. You're not exposed to blue light. You're not exposed to a lot of things that modern people are exposed. You're not exposed to the stresses of modern life. There's just so many layers of things that are different in that regard. And so, you know, it's very easy for us to get into health issues, even mild ones and stuff like that. And then without no food culture as barbarians that we are, modern day consumer barbarians, and we start eating just anything. And then when we do go back to sort of ancestral foods, we've got no idea how to do it. And now, why do I say I eat once or twice a week at some seafood? Because I need the DHA. And you go, well, why do you need that blue light? I still go to work. There are LEDs overboard over my head. They did recoat the damn things, thankfully, because people are complaining because they were just too bright. So they've dimmed it down a bit. but it's still, it's still too bright. There's just too much blue light, and obviously, if you're working there later, you're being exposed to far too much blue light. I find the days that I work in the office, when I get home, if I don't try to minimise my blue light, or even reduce my screen time when I get home, I won't sleep as well sometimes, not always, but sometimes, compared to the days that I'm working from home and I've got more control over my environment. So, yeah, it does make a difference in that regard. So, you know, these are the different nuances. This guy has no idea. It's no idea. That's why he actually just jumped on the bandwagon of all the crazies like Saladino and all the others on liver, and then went the complete opposite way and all that. Demonized a food which is very highly nutritious and healthy, but if consumed at excessive levels can be a problem over long periods of time, because nobody ever does that. And as I said, excessive of anything, even water, can be toxic. But it's the lack of food culture and understanding, how much we need of certain things, and why one person may need a bit more than another person for a period of time as a multivitamin, a bit more, because they have an underlying health issue that they're going to resolve, where others don't. We've lost the sort of the way we view food for both healing and the way we view food as for just growing from young child to an adult, or maintaining our normal health. We've lost a lot of that, the nuancing and all that. And that's what this community is. We're trying to bring some back. Why do we talk about, because blue light, when it hits, our eyes, and if it gets to toxic levels, because it's those shorter wavelengths, it will be in that video that I'm making, it has more negative effects. And that's why you need more DHA slightly, for that reason. There's a circadian rhythm one. It does cover some of this information, so I'm not going to go into it too much. But yeah. Anyway, Harry, what do you think of Chat GPT? It's a great propagandist for the globalists. That's what it is. Because at the end of the day, an expert system, it depends what information you put into the expert system, what it will give you. It's like anything. You put in garbage, you get garbage out. I mean, we use AIs as well from the University of Queensland in spatial science, in cartography, to look at stuff and analyse things. But if you put crap in, you'll get crap out. If you put, not only forget about crap, but if you put assumptions that are wrong, like propaganda, rather than proper scientifically based stuff, it's going to come up with all sorts of nonsense. And we've seen already some of the AIs making historical figures look different complexions. So, artificial intelligence, artificial stupidity as well. Like you've got human stupidity and human intelligence, you can get artificial stupidity and artificial intelligence. Got it? So I wouldn't, how can I say it? I am not confident in these systems. And I bet the nefarious characters that use these systems or have these systems and are monetized, the stuff that they use them for, they put in way more honest information, because they want to have the edge over everyone else. Anything that comes for free comes with strings attached and has consequences for those who are being fed the propaganda, or pretty much sheep to the slaughter. So I'd be very careful about any system that is actually be pushed out there as a cheap thing, because cheap info, junk info is junk knowledge. So be very wary of some things. Just because it's a glorified calculator that can calculate and look and do comparative analysis of junk, it doesn't mean that it's actually going to come up with any bright ideas. So I think that when it comes to it's usually people outside the sciences, outside engineering, that think that these things are far more than what they really are. They're just dumb machines. Really, they are dumb machines. They can compute certain things. They can do comparisons. They can look for certain patterns, and they can respond much faster than humans can in terms of detecting patterns and responding to certain patterns with predetermined rules that have been put in there by humans who want certain outcomes from these systems. So, yeah, I think, yeah, they're never going to be, I don't see them unless they get into an organic form ever becoming sentient in a sense. They'll be great calculators, but a calculator is a calculator. It's not going to evolve into a sentient thing. It may mimic and look really real and behave really real, but self-awareness is, something beyond, in that regard. Now, does it have a sort of primitive awareness like an animal may have? Possibly, in that regard. We know that it actually is encouraged to recode itself and recode things and interact with other systems and, compare things and create its own little sub-algorithms in that regard in order to try and make sense of the data that it's got. But it's looking at it from a rule-based and a pattern-based. Reality and knowledge is not just rules and patterns. And that's why it'll never be able to compete. It can do those things much faster than we can, but it still won't be able to have those epiphanies like our minds have. It's not the same. It's a different form of intelligence. And it's a double-edged sword like anything. I can take a knife and I can use it to cut a steak. A vagoon can use it to cut a bread, and somebody can use it to kill or do something violent and harmful to someone else. These things have the ability to be incorporated into weapon systems and become more lethal in their calculations and targeting, and they will be used for those sort of roles, or they can be used to analyse things with good rules and good information behind them to come up with good solutions and good ways of actually doing things. Or they can have a lot of propaganda, the social media type stuff out there that's pushed and used in search engines and stuff like that, because they want to mold a political narrative, mold a political perception, mold a way of viewing the world and all that. So the stuff that's actually in the social media space, available to many people and all that, is being used to mold the psyche and limit the information in a bubble and put you inside that information bubble that Meta and all these other organizations want you in, because then you're more controllable. So remember that. These are double-edged swords. How much salt should one consume? Depends. It really depends. It should be if you're sweating quite a lot out, and there are some people genetically that tend to actually have sweat far more and lose more salt, different environments, different physical activity. A lot of these things are going to affect the level of, and it's really understanding the signaling. So I tend to consume less water, and by consuming less water intake, I've upregulated my antidiuretic hormones. I lose less salt, and so I don't crave salt like I used to. And I was one of those dumpers, but I also used to consume a lot of water. I don't do that anymore, and so I better regulate my electrolytes now. I don't have those problems. Don't have any cramping. Don't have any of those. I used to get terrible cramps by drinking too much water. And even though I was taking magnesium supplements, I probably still got them. I should throw them out. They're probably out of date. Had them for years sitting in somewhere in the cupboard. I think, okay, did I throw them? I can't remember now. But yeah, I don't use those anymore. And the reason why is because, I'm not putting down 2-3 litres of water down my throat every day like a lot of people are. So, yeah. Uh, yeah, I am. Very much. Very much. On the lights and all that. Yep. Yep. But I do disagree with him that nutrition is secondary to light. So, and for the majority of humans, it's quite clear. And he knows it. He knows it. You go to higher latitudinal elevations, what happens? You can't actually access via cytochrome C. So complex 4, you can't, that 30 extra percent that you can get in the tropics. And even that, you can't be a breatharian. So, it's nonsense. Food is still fundamental for energy. So yeah. Anyway, it's a long conversation. That would be. I already covered Jack in the earlier live stream. So go and listen to exactly what I said there, and you'll understand my thinking. I'm not going to repeat myself. Are there any books I could read about all the anti-nutrients in plant foods? Yeah, there are plenty of books out there. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one at the moment. But I do intend of doing something on plant anti-nutrients. I know that that Anthony Shafee, he has a lot of books on anti-nutrients and also compounds like carcinogenic compounds in foods, stuff that he's got. So if you were to go and ask him a comment, I suspect he would give you the information, or at least give you the titles so you can go out and get them. That would be the quickest way. Harry, what's your advice when you give to a 30-year-old Harry? Don't stress. Don't worry too much. Focus on a purpose in life, James. I know it's easier than said, but if you focus on getting your shit together and all that, most other things then work out. Relationships work out. You'll attract. If you're not in a relationship, you'll attract a better woman, better quality woman, because they are looking for people that have got their shit together. If people don't have their shit together, um, you know, people have a bit of fun, but they're not going to commit long term. So if you want something which is more stable long term, you got to get your shit together. That's the best advice I can give you as an old fella. Is you really have to get your shit together. And it took me a while. It took me up until my mid-30s before I started getting my shit together. So I took a bit too long on that front. And once I started getting, things started improving in a number of ways. But it took me a while, and I fell off the wagon a couple of times in between then. But yeah. But I still had poor dietary. That was the thing that really was the killer in the end. 10 years later, that got me without realizing. And then that experience gave a new direction to my own health and life. But as I said, the key thing is to get your shit together. The quicker you get your shit together, the better you'll be long term as a person. And don't worry too much about what people say. And learn one thing that's really important. Don't take comments to heart that people make. Sometimes people make the comments not because it's sometimes they feel inadequate, so they need to strike out, so to speak. Or they don't have their shit together, so they are, in a sense, dumping a lot of that on you. What you need to do is just focus on getting your shit together. And, if some friend asks you for advice, that's a different thing. You can actually say, look, this is what I'm doing, consider it. But don't make other people's problems your problems, in a sense, because that will drag you down. It's one thing to give advice to people to help them out. That's one thing. But if you get involved in other people's problems, you become the problem, if you understand what I mean. And you need to focus on your shit. You get your shit together, you then become a beacon for others. And also, you become an attractive partner for a woman that's got her shit together. So that ends up way better for you in the long run. So if anything, that's all the advice I can give you. In terms of jobs and stuff like that, really, what do you like? If you don't enjoy what you're doing, you're not going to do it for the long haul. And you're not going to commit and become somebody of excellence. If you like science, you'll become an excellent scientist. If you like music or sports or whatever, within a reasonable level, sometimes you have to do certain shitty jobs until you can actually do the thing that you want. So you can save a bit of money up and have a plan. Say, I'm going to do this, and at this stage, within 3 years' time, I'm going to save up this amount of money so I can do my dream thing or whatever. But you've got to have a plan. That means getting your shit together and having a plan of action, how I'm going to get there and what I'm going to do and what I have to do and stuff like that. And don't worry about other people. Focus on getting your shit together. You know what happens? You then start attracting the right sort of people. And, you don't have to think too much about that. You can't micromanage anything or anybody else's life. Believe me. I tried. You can't. All you end up is with a lot of resentments, believe me, and a lot of animosities, resentments and friction and you name it. And poor relationships. Took me a while to realise some of this sort of stuff. So I'm telling you from my own experience, get your shit together. That should be your focus. And then you'll attract the right sort of people around you because when people have their shit together, they do. Believe me. Success gravitates towards success. And, people that have got really have lost their way, they tend to basically go for, the bad boy, the bad girl, really just gets worse and worse. So, as I said, focus on your shit. I hope you're a person of God, try to have a good relationship with God as well. Pray, ask for guidance. You never know what could happen. You could get a bit of prompting here or there or things just happening. So you never know. But that's for another conversation, another day. But I would say that, the ultimate thing was getting your shit together and having a plan. How was the cheese platter with your dad? Oh, very nice. Very nice, actually. I only had a bit of the goat cheese. I had most of the mozzarella. For some reason, mozzarella is probably one of those addictive cheeses, and that's probably why I had a bit too much of that, more than the other. Because Goat cheese isn't, it's more bland. You'll have some and that's it. But it was enjoyable. What is the best strategy for losing body fat? Carnivore diet. That regard. Look, priming is really important. So if you prime, you're going to lift your metabolic rate. So if let's say your metabolic rate has been in the toilet for many years because you've, let's say you've been on inappropriate diets, you've done yo-yo dieting, because a lot of people do yo-yo dieting, they go up and down and all that. They restrict food and they don't realise that you're going to raise your metabolic rate. Remember those people that were really skinny in the 50s and 60s? The average height of those people, very similar to today, they weren't consuming, and this was on a mixed diet, okay? They weren't consuming like 2,000 the kilocalories. And obviously that is not, it's not, it's a proxy system. We talk about mass in, mass out as a proper system. But just to give you an idea, what the nutritionists say today, well, they were doing about 3,500 for the same person, whether they were sedentary or not. So they had a high metabolic rate, but they didn't eat, they didn't snack. They had 3 meals, no snacking. Because remember, your mother used to tell you, do not snack. My mother used to basically run after me to make sure that I wasn't snacking. Yes, tough woman to deal with, I can tell you. So what happened? With the extra food, you raise your metabolic rate. When you're not eating in between, what are you doing? The only energy that's on board is the glycogen and the fat. Got it? And that's probably why this whole calories in, calories out bullshit has really stuffed up people's metabolic rate in that regard. The difference is back then, the reason why, again, they had a higher metabolic rate is because of that, but also they also consumed a lot of animal fats. In the 50s and 60s, you didn't have much refrigeration, so we had to have more animal fats. I mean, even up to the 90s, McDonald's was still using tallow. And what's tallow got? Tallow's got 2 fatty acids that are very important for the mitochondria: stearic acid and palmitate. What does that do? Causes reverse electron transport, forces higher biogenesis of mitochondria. When you've got more mitochondria producing more energy to heal and fix and repair, where's that extra energy coming from? From the excess food. When you're not eating, where is it going to come from? The adipose tissue. Got it? So when you restrict to 3 meals, you eat sufficient, you raise the metabolic rate in between not eating. Obviously, in a low carb situation, it's even better, because in a low carb situation, you've elevated your metabolic rate. And in between, when you're not eating, what are you doing? You're accessing, because you've got lower insulin, you're accessing your fat cells more rapidly. So restricting food doesn't lose weight, actually increasing it does. So, and a lot of people do to increase the fat loss. They will do they'll increase quite a lot to push their metabolic rate as high, and then they'll reduce their intake or fast, and pretty much the body goes, I'm in high ketosis. Oh shit, this person isn't eating. Goes for the fat cells, and just because your metabolic rate is very high. And it's a bit like, because your insulin is much lower now and your metabolic rate's high, it's a bit like a diabetic one that just has no insulin, and just, or in your case, you're going to have very low when you're actually fasting in between, and you just go much quicker. So problem is, many of us don't raise our metabolic rate. And yeah, that's our problem, because we fear fat, we fear protein, we fear all this. We fear food. We have a phobia for food, rather than actually, when people come to me and say, I'm hungry, I say, eat. Eat as much as you can. Just keep on eating. Remember, Kelly Hogan and all that. What was she doing? Eating. Just eating and eating and eating. What happened? Even her, because she had some mitochondrial dysfunction, she put on a bit of weight, then she lost it much more rapidly because eventually she pushed up her metabolic rate and her body then started improving with the carnivore diet. Her system started working better. Yeah, so a lot of us have deranged metabolisms due to past nonsense that we did. And priming and then cutting is very similar, like the old bodybuilders, to beef up and then cut. So that's the sort of strategy. And, you can contact somebody like Jonathan. So, if you go down and look at the is Scotty, can you actually, you're there? Are you still there or is he gone? If you're there, Scotty, can you put Jonathan's channel in the actual chat box? Yeah, Martin, you can go to Jonathan and he will coach you in terms of how to do some of this sort of stuff. Because there are nuances, you sometimes a good meal plan be set out by somebody like Jonathan that knows how to set one out properly, uh, specifically for your needs and all that, or whether it's yourself, your wife, or someone else. Yeah, so that's the sort of stuff that I would consider. Scotty's still there. If he's not, I'll look for it shortly. Oh, thanks, Scotty. Now, Bitcoin will start to rise at the end of the year. After its 4-year cycle, I will be a millionaire and have tons of meat, taurine, and milk. I'll be a tycoon. Well, good luck for you. Uh, I'll stick to gold and silver. I'm an old fella, old-fashioned. Bitcoin's not underpinned by anything. Look, if everybody goes into it, it could go very high. Because at the end of the day, like any asset or any instrument in the marketplace, if the majority of people believe in it, it has value. If they don't, it goes to zero. So it's one of those things that I have no idea because not backed by anything. It's like a fiat currency, not backed by actually a fiat currency is backed by something, the whole economy, the GDP of the economy. So it is backed by something, where Bitcoin is not backed up by anything. But if a number of people believe in it, and a lot of young people seem to, yeah, it could go much higher. Potentially, yes. I would still, if I was you, if once I got there, I would actually take a bit of the winnings and put it into real money, like gold or silver, just to be on the safe side. Diversify, because you never know. Nothing's guaranteed in this world. Remember, a lot of people have said this is going to do this or that. And I've seen, because I've been looking at some of the different coins out there, and some of them have shot up and then gone to nothing. So there's a lot of speculation out there. So I would be careful. Don't put all your big eggs in one basket. Mate, it's good to have you here. Just need a bit of hydration. How things, Paul? And what kind of coffee do I drink? Shit coffee. Look, usually I drink thylacine coffee from my brother, but at work, the coffee that I drink is Makona or whatever it's called. And yeah, so I drink two types, both quality coffee, that's coffee grains that, come from good source, South America or whatever, they come. And then I drink shit coffee as well at work, so yeah, and at Dad's place as well. Dad's is even worse. God, he's got some organic, what is it, or some sort of bloody organic instant coffee. Anyway, so that's what he buys. So when I'm there, I just drink it. I put a bit of extra cream. I drink it. I don't complain. I just drink it, and that's about it. But probably the best coffee that I do have is my brother's, which is thylacine coffee. That's way better in that regard. But the I did say that I was going to promote their coffee, but yeah, but I still drink some shit coffee as well, which is instant coffee. Um, so yeah, it is what it is. I think all of us have the occasional instant coffee. Um, the problem with instant coffee, it's actually got more oxalate, but it's not like a horrendous amount. The downside of like roasted coffee, done in a coffee machine and all that, the excess heat will actually reduce some of the um, phenols, sort of antioxidant things like that. But there's so little in it, doesn't really make a difference. I don't drink coffee for those reasons. I drink coffee because I love the taste. So yeah, it's who cares? Does the sun create wrinkles on the skin? Yeah, it can. Um, Depends on the nutrients that people put in their bodies. So you'll see with even elderly Maasai and elderly Hadza people, you'll see far less wrinkles in people that are living on animal foods and people that are not living on animal foods. I've even noticed myself, my wrinkles have gone down compared. I'm not going to take my glasses off. You can go and look at other videos that I do in the daytime. You can actually see on the sides older videos when I wasn't wearing these glasses, and you can see that I don't have the wrinkling at my age in my 50s, where I had far more wrinkles around my eyes when I was in my 40s on a sad diet. So it has reduced my wrinkles, the diet, because wrinkles are also, if you don't have enough retinol and vitamin D in your system and a number of others like niacin sufficient, which is only in animal foods, especially pork is much higher and some seafood. So if you're not getting enough of that, you're not getting enough of the nutrients that actually help improve skin hydration and skin function and collagen turnover in the skin. So the animal foods do help and make things much better in that regard. But yes, the sun, but there is a combination between lifestyle, sun, and diet and all that. And some populations have obviously higher susceptibilities or lower susceptibilities for a whole lot of reasons: lifestyle, dietary, and non-dietary reasons. Skin complexion. So darker skin seem to basically deal with UV much better. Lighter skin in the wrong environment. So if you're in a northern latitude as a light person, fine. If you're in the tropics, it may be a bit more problematic. So just keep that in mind. So all these, because you're outside your zone that you've actually adapted over many generations. So these are all little nuanced things, in a sense, that have a bearing on how things play out. But a species appropriate diet will minimise the amount and actually can reduce it over time. What is the best time of the year to drink depleted water for people without cancer? Uh, I still do it at 136 ppm. So that's the water that I get. My neighbour, she gets it as well, and that's what I use. That's what this water is, 136 ppm, which is similar to the level to the lowest, most proteins that are, but that's fine because it's a structural material. You're not oxidizing it very rarely, unless you've really in a rabbit starvation situation. But the most of the sort of situation is you will, you'll sort of find that the contents of the sort of water, uh, usually will be in the range of protein, like in the 140 sort of range, especially in Australia, because we don't have very tall mountains. Italy, France, obviously the water content that's coming from like the Himalayas and certain areas in Central Asia and stuff like that, because of the fractionation of water at certain elevations and certain locations, tends to end up having lower deuterium levels. The stuff that in Siberia was about 132 that the Russian scientists found, and it was the reason why they were finding less cancer amongst those people, even though they were being exposed to nuclear explosions. So they found that interesting, and that's how they came about realizing about deuterium. Um, yeah, blowing up things. So very interesting things that people do and things that they discover. But I would say your best deuterium depleting practice is trying to keep hydrating with fat more than anything else and minimizing water intake. And if you're going to get any water, try and get alpine. And the higher the elevation, the better it's going to have lower levels. Now, what I get this one, which is at 136, it's about the level that legumes are, where most other carbohydrates are in the 150, refined ones 55, 60, in that regard. The only stuff that's actually in the 136 between protein and fat, which is between, 100 odd to 130, 136, 138, some of the legumes and stuff like that. And for some reason, the way the carbohydrate is structured in the legumes tends to have lower deuterium concentrations. So it's the only carbohydrate in nature, legumes, that have, like beans and lentils and stuff like that, that have lower deuterium levels. But obviously they have a lot of anti-nutrients, so they have to be, people that consume them, they were getting lower deuterium food into them, which was good in one respect for impoverished people. But on the other hand, they had to spend like days and days trying to break down the anti-nutrients, fermenting them or doing other things to them, like soaking them for ages and, to try and reduce the amount of anti-nutrients in them and soften the stuff, so to break down the protease inhibitors and all these other stuff to get more nutrition out of the food. So yeah, it's that's what they had to do. But for us, I don't think there is any value in deuterium depleted water, which is like 10 ppm or that. Look, you could do it once. I actually did it once. It's expensive. Uh, you end up just for one case, you end up like paying like $500 or $600. It's ridiculous. Just the case itself costs that, and the postage and handling costs nearly as much. It's just a ridiculous price. So I wish they had a factory in Australia. It'd be much cheaper, but unfortunately they don't. It comes from Europe or North America. There's a couple of companies there, but the companies in North America are cheaper. Uh, but the problem is I can't access them. They won't send to Australia anything. So I've even pleaded with them, but they won't, which is very annoying. But yeah, what can you do? But I wouldn't waste my money. Now, if you're going to get alpine water for your coffee and stuff like that, that's fine. Use it for that. Um, get you get some trace minerals as well. So there's a couple of additional benefits there. But I wouldn't waste my money unless I had a real health reason. Just, we use taurine, we use other things to improve the functioning of our mitochondria, and over time that will improve things. Good day, Sarah. Good to have you here. And Leb, how are you? Welcome back, Harry. I accidentally bought regular taurine. Oh, not the free form. Oh, God, God, God have mercy on you. Is there any way to make regular taurine work? Well, it still has some value. You can still use it. In that regard, you probably have to take a bit more than the regular dose. So consider like a third extra um, to get similar dose. But try not doing that. They're usually out of China and they're not really good quality. And there's a lot of solvents and a lot of chemicals and stuff like that they put in them. I can't tell you what to do with it and all that. If I'd accidentally done that, I'd throw it in the bin, but that's personally mine. What you do with it is you have to live with the consequences. It's your decision. It's not going to really harm you in any severe way in that regard, but that's what I would do. Like, as I said, I can't tell you what to do. It's your money. Can't tell you how to manage your money or your affairs or whatever. It's just what I would do is what I'm telling you. And yes, and let that be a lesson to you. Oh, he's back to Wacky Toaster. You have actually changed your name again. How dare you confuse me again? From my experiments eating lasagna, it's been a break out in pimples. There you go. Carbohydrate. I told you. I bet you toasted it as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Here's my local subscriber troll. So I do have an official troll for the channel, Wacky Toaster. Good to have you here, Wacky. My latest indiscretions could be added back in some seasoning and spice. Oh, that's nothing. Might be that. God, that's nothing. Uh, Mine tends to be alcohol, like that ball man across the pond. Yes, but I only do it on some occasions when somebody's retiring, somebody's going, or I get dragged out by my friends saying, please come out for lunch with us, work colleagues, and I go, okay, I'll come out. And I'll end having a cider or two. If your gut isn't doing well, dairy can cause pimples. Yeah, potentially. If you've got a leaky gut, a lot of things can actually react and cause pimples. True. Stefan, but I would hope he doesn't have leaky gut if he's been on a carnivore diet for a while. And have got good vitamin D status. Most people resolve all that with taurine and all that regulates the gut. So, but maybe he's been doing some naughty things, possibly. Anyway, my leg muscles just don't seem to adapt to training. I always do some light exercise and I'm quite sore the next day. And when I repeat it after some time, same again. But I eat tons of protein. Do you get enough fat? You still need energy. Protein builds muscles, enzymes, bigger organs, repairs things, detoxes things, and all that. It's used for a lot of things, amino acids from protein. But at the end of the day, you still need energy for all those systems to work, and it's called fat. So you're getting enough fat. That's an important thing, but sometimes people who are doing a lot of training and all that neglect. They actually need more fat than the regular person. Um, so, yeah, you need to up your fat because you've got higher energy demands on the body. And Tracy with her taurine. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, tons of fat. Okay. Interesting. Well, I know that people, when they use taurine, they actually do lower oxidative stress and in the muscles, and but not to the level where they slightly lower it down, which allows you to train longer. And the other thing they do is they lower lactate levels, which allow you to train longer to get more benefit from training, and you tend to have better recovery. So you got to play around with taurine. It's a funny thing. Some people seem to want to require a bit more. Some people require a bit less to get the same result. So I would actually play around with a bit of taurine, excess taurine when I'm training, deliberately just and play around with that. And I've noticed that depending on the amount that I take in, it does have an effect on my recovery the next day. I only do it once a week, Wednesday. Wednesday's when I do weightlifting and stuff like that, but I don't do any other day. It's too lazy. Yeah, you got skinny, weak legs. You don't have the Neanderthal genes like myself, 83% percentile. Um, yeah, it's really hard. You know what Arnold Schwarzenegger used to do? Arnold basically would train just his legs or his calves. That's where his biggest focus was with his training. It wasn't in the other parts where he would do well. And by focusing most of the week on training his legs, he actually had an effect on his whole body. The other thing is, diabetes starts in the legs. So if your legs muscles are actually much bigger, stronger, more capable, you're going to be your health is also better in that way as well. Probably explains I've always had big calves, bigger legs, bigger muscular legs, and it probably explains why even though I was doing high crap and all that, I never really had not even pre-diabetic. I wasn't. This is how funny it was, and my LDL was in the sort of more lowish range and all this sort of stuff. So there are genetics, which is the reality, but to get better functioning of the body, you really have to work on the leg muscles. So, um, yeah, the biggest problem is a lot of people tend to focus on the upper body, and they actually then put too much strain all day long on their lower body. So you got to focus on the lower body. That's what Arnold did. He focused on the lower body, built up his lower body strength, bigger calves, bigger leg muscles, and then he was able to grow even more in the upper body because he had enough support in the lower part of his body. So you can't. And I said this, a lot of people will go and actually, you see them, they got skinny little legs like that and this massive body on top. And they're going, oh, I'm always, got pain in my legs and all that. Well, you just got too much muscle on top. You got to work on your legs. That's where the focus has to be. Get in there, stop doing the upper body so much, just do enough to maintain it, but focus on training the legs. And also don't overtrain because you need a recovery time in order to basically, grow that muscle. It's when you're not exercising, you're growing muscle, not when you're exercising. So remember that. Anyway, Harry, g'day, mate. How do you find the truth? How do you distinguish BS from non-BS? Oh, look, there's a number of ways. I try to work. For me, it's working out the motivation. What is motivating somebody to say something? There's a reason. Now, there could even some people that may say something which is incorrect. Their motivation may not be, deliberately misleading. But how do you know that they are saying something misleading? It's because they don't understand it. So when I see somebody, I question them and they don't have an answer, I realise that they're just parroting something that they heard. So that's likely propaganda, something that they haven't really looked into, they haven't really researched, they haven't really understood in many cases. So most people come to me and actually sometimes put an argument, say, "Oh, this I heard this or that or this or that," and I go, "Really? You heard this or that or whatever? Good morning, Lukey. How are you, mate? Must be very damn early in Brazil at the moment. What is the damn time there? You just wake up." And I always had people, sometimes you can ask people certain questions. Oh, 8 a.m. So, oh yeah, so it's not that early. Yes. Whereas I'm still here and it's 9 o'clock. Yes. Nearly 3 hours. Still going. Probably do another hour and then about 10 and then I'll wrap it up. Anyway, it's yes, an early day for you. Well, enjoy your Sunday. Yes, I'm just winding down from my Sunday. Yeah, so I always will look at when somebody understands a subject matter, they can nuance things, they can explain it in simple language. You see me, people ask me and I'll explain things in a very simple, I won't use any scientific terms. I can explain how these things function, but most people can't, you know, or they'll just blurt out, they'll parrot out things that they remember, that they read and they'll just parrot it. Doesn't mean they understand it in that regard. I had an argument with one person who, was arguing the repeat about, the sort of gluconeogenesis and all that. And I said, well, how does it work? Couldn't tell me. He struggled. And I knew exactly that he did not understand the subject matter. And I said, you don't really understand gluconeogenesis, do you? I said, then how can you claim that gluconeogenesis is stressful or taxing on the system or requires high levels of energy? So just asking probing questions like that, immediately that person, and they didn't want to have a further conversation, obviously, because they had no basis for what they were putting forth. They just heard it from some repeat mouthpiece and they just blurted out and repeated the same stuff. One other person actually deleted their comment completely, so didn't even want to talk to me and took out the whole comment. God, sometimes I'm crafty, and what I do is once I've actually argued a lot and actually destroyed their argument, I'll pin it. You've probably noticed me, people that have said, certain things, and I'll pin it and they can't get rid of it. There it is for eternity to show what a turd and an idiot you are with the arguments you've put. So I'll put them in lights, some of these people. But yeah, it's a matter of, it's hard sometimes. It's hard because sometimes a lot of things are cloaked in like half truths, not complete truth, but half truths. I also, when I approach things, I always say to people, look, everybody and every human and every individual on this planet, none of us are perfect, not even me. We're all flawed people that have a certain level of understanding of how things work. Some of us have a deeper understanding, some of us don't. But the ones that are truthful, the ones that recognise this, the ones that don't recognise this are not. And as I've always said, and Bart says as well, because he's a true scientist, when I confronted him on the PUFA issue and showed that it was only trace levels, you can cook meat up to 3 hours, there's only trace levels, PUFA is not an issue within the food matrix, he gave up on that old paleo idea completely. He said, you're right. And he was on a live stream. when we were talking about it, one of my live streams, very early video going way back. That's a scientist. That's a true scientist, a person who looks at the evidence and goes, you're right, and changes his opinion about something. I do the same thing. But the problem is a lot of people, they want to be, how can I say it? They want to be part of a team. I'm with Juventus. I'm with Napoli. I'm with, veganism. I'm with, this or that. And they want to be with a flag. They want to be part of a group. And so they don't want to be wrong. Their group's the best. So that's the problem that we sometimes face, because a large part of the population, 90 odd percent of the population, that's how they operate and think. And so large parts of the population are susceptible to bullshit and propaganda because of that mindset, because it goes back to our ancestral roots. I would have been probably a shaman, some demented shaman, with all of my eccentricities, like Bart as well, and only respected because I gave them advice that saved their friggin' lives each time, and explained things that would come to pass, or phenomena that could put at risk the tribe, and they would take it into consideration, and it would save their bacon, and that's how I got credibility. But that's how it sort of works. The majority of people work on sort of what we call generalized belief and generalized myths and generalized culture. And most of it is bullshit. Believe me, it's bullshit. But the majority of people believe in that bullshit culture and the narratives that are constructed around them. And even some people that are in power actually believe their own bullshit. That's how bad it can get. That's why you get really bad policies and really bad stuff, because even some of them lose their way. And that's what you need to realise. That if you tell a lie long enough, as Goebbels would have said, eventually people start believing it. And even some of the rulers, the people that created the lie, start believing it. They fall within their own trap. So this is how insidious it is. This is why I would rather be wrong and accept that I'm wrong, so I don't fall into that trap, rather than wanting to always be right, a winner, with the right group at the top of the pile. I'd rather be the eccentric, annoying prick out there on the side that annoys everyone. It is dangerous when you're out on the side, believe me, because you become a target. When you're a contrarian and somebody that actually argues against a lot of the other, what the majority people believe, you do become a target now and then. As you know, I was recently one for a couple of months. So, that's the reality, but you have to live with that. And sometimes you have to sort of know how to maneuver around that sort of stuff. But usually, if the majority of people believe something, the truth isn't necessarily the opposite, but it's going to be a hell of a lot different than what the majority believe. That's a giveaway, because most people tie their careers, their lives around what the majority people believe. The consensus on climate, bullshit. The consensus on nutrition, the consensus on all these things. And it takes the odd Einstein, the odd person who's an eccentric that basically plows away, finds a whole lot of contradictions in what other people believe, and then comes up with something better and goes, this is it. And then he's criticised and attacked for a number of years until proven right with experimentations over a very long period of time. And sometimes you may die before you get justice. That's how bad it can get. Remember, 100 research scientists said Einstein's wrong. You should be publishing his stuff. He's wrong, demonstrably wrong. But they were wrong. So just because 100, 1,000, a million people say something doesn't mean it's right or truth or whatever. People are just fitting in. They go with the flow. They go with the mob. They go with the group or whatever. It's the reason why my subscribers are much smaller. It's the reason why I rub people the wrong way. It's the reason why I have a frictious relationship with, or because if I see another carnivore saying something that I disagree, and I know that there are errors and all that, because I've actually looked into it. If I don't know, I say, look, I don't know, I'll look into it. But if I know, I'm going to be disagreeable. And you don't make a lot of friends this way. Okay? People don't want to talk to you. People don't want to collaborate with you. And that's why I've got a very small circle of people that are interested. It just is what it is. So there are downsides of being outside, that general, but it really the sort of general messages put out there, most of that is BS. Most of that. There is half-truths in it, and that's where you need to be analytical and look at the credibility of that. And it is sometimes hard. Even I sometimes get tricked and get deceived, and then a bit down the track I realise, oh, that was wrong. I missed that, and then I change. But I'm willing to change, like Bart's willing to change. Some people have that ability. Other people will double down. Rather than accepting that they effed up, they will double down and double and triple down on whatever else. So, it is what it is in that regard. So I was sort of saying, well, as an alternative, maybe this or that. I can't use certain of the language. But I should have been a bit more tough on that line. I was against them because I looked at the oncology data and I said, this is dangerous. But I wasn't firm enough in my polemic against that sort of stuff, completely and utterly. I told people, do other things, but I succumbed to the pressures of people saying, what can I do to save my job? What can I do? I should have, yeah. And I do feel a bit guilty by giving them some so-called alternatives that were the lesser of two evils, but they were just as bad. So, yeah, so we all make mistakes, mate. We all miss things, or but the key thing is to realise that you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have the wall pulled over your head. You're only human. You can't detect everything, and sometimes you can go to the other sort of extreme of everything is a conspiracy, everything is bad, everything. You can't live like that either, because not everything is. And I would say, I wouldn't use the word conspiracy, because conspiracy is actually a legal term, which actually means a real illegal act has taken place. That's what a conspiracy is. So this whole notion of that media have created, I don't even use the word conspiracy theory, because I consider it as a false sort of way of describing something. Just call it what it is. It's a lie, or it's a falsehood, or it's propaganda, because that's what it is. And sometimes I fall for certain propaganda as well, because I'm human and I may not have all the data, or there may be a half-truth that seems plausible. So we're all susceptible. We just have to realise that. It's a humbling experience when you realise that we're all susceptible. So I keep my guard, and I revisit things. I think that's when, let's say I get new information which relates to some other thing, I will revisit that other thing in the light of the new information. And that's when I realised I was had. So that's the easiest way of distinguishing. But you have to be prepared to suppress your ego to some extent. Not all, because you still need ego. That gives you that strength of character. But it has to be balanced because it can also lead you astray. So it's all about managing your emotions and all that and accepting. And the biggest thing for me is being able to say in public and recognize that I can fault, I can make mistakes and all that. It's a liberating experience because nobody can come and argue and say, Harry, you've never admitted, which I have on this channel a number of times. And that's what gives me credibility. But also people know that I may not have 100% because I admit it myself, that I may not be 100% on anything. But I'm going to be closer than most of the propaganda nonsense out there. And I will address my, mistakes and errors and all that and improve on them. I actually looked at some of my old videos and I actually noticed one or two things that I'm going, I think it's a bit of a problem with that sort of a opinion, and I may have to make some videos to correct myself on those. At some stage, I'll go through and actually correct some of the things that I did say in past videos. So it's just the reality is we're humans and we're susceptible. We're not going to get everything 100%. In nature, it's all fuzziness. You're never going to get 100% of anything. But it's a matter of being willing to address past things that you believed in light of new information. It's like a scientist will reassess scientific work with new scientific knowledge, will assess other things, whether do they still work. If I've got an experiment here, do these mathematics still work or not? Are they busted? And why are they busted? And how can I fix them or adjust them? That's really the approach. You've got to go back and look at the information, okay, there are things that don't really fit anymore. I've realised I've come across all this information. That information that I sort of believed before or viewed doesn't really match well. So where's the truth? And that will force me to look a bit deeper to try and make sense of it. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. But at least I know that I don't really understand this whole situation as well, and I'll take a bit more, I'll pull back a bit from that and say, well, there's these opinions about all these things, but we don't have enough information, so I'm not certain. It could be this, it could be that, uncertain. But that, at least I'm comfortable with uncertainty. Most people aren't. They want the true answer, the true answer. There's no God out there other than the real God beyond space-time. The rest of us are basically just mere mortals, created in his image, that basically are just not completely out of Plato's cave. And so, that's the reality. So our perception of the world reality is slightly limited. And some people have deeper perception than others. So, yeah, I know it's a convoluted, long discussion, but what it's actually saying is don't be accepting. Just don't sort of go, I know the truth now. Don't sort of be always not ultra questioning, because that's also crazy, but be open to listening to things that may be different and then considering them in the light of new knowledge. Does it fit? Or is that other person wrong? Or is the foundation of that, question that information. Don't just accept it either, but, look at and compare and look a bit deeper to see, is there a bit of truth in this? Or some truth in this, but some wrongness to it, and sort of try and make more sense of things. Yeah. Oops. Why is it doing that? Oh God. Stop doing that. Ah. Oh, you guys are having a conversation between yourself. Psychosomatic medicine is BS. Look, there is a relationship between um, the mind and the body. You know, there is. Psychology can affect, stress, psychology can affect. I'll give you an example. There was a story, I'm not sure where exactly, I think it was in Northern Territory of Australia. This was back in the early part of the 20th century, and there was an elderly Aboriginal, saw a winged aircraft for the first time flying over him, thought it was a bird, the type of big bird in their myths that was supposed to come to take you at the time of your death. And so he just lay down and died. Now, the person didn't have any health problems. He just lay down and died. So that's powerful psychology where it can just turn off the entire body. So there is definitely an interaction between what we call mind, soul, body. There is a connection there. We don't fully understand it, but there is definitely a connection between that. Very powerful connection. So it's not bullshit. It's just we don't understand it. There's a lot of bullshit explanations. That's a different thing, but there is reality because there's a lot of things that we've seen examples of that, like extreme examples of that, which show quite clearly that a psychological state of mind can actually turn off the entire body, tell it to turn off, die. It's a pretty powerful psychological state. So that's why I say to people, stress is a killer. You got to manage it, and you're going to manage your relationships and many other things. That's why I throw a lot about things, because a lot of people are talking about these sort of things, and they're important because we don't talk enough about these things. Yeah, look, I mean, a lot of these problems, I would. There is two schools of thought. Okay, that's the best way of actually saying it. One school of thought actually claims that it's all due to genetics. That pretty much has nothing to do with uh, diet, nothing to do with you know your upbringing, your current lifestyle, um, or things of that sort. And it's I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that people will say. Obviously, there is a relationship with vitamin D and vitamin D deficiency as well. Um, there's actually there's some old research in the 60s and earlier that shows a very strong relationship between um, scoliosis and vitamin D deficiency. So there's also some research that shows. Remember the video that I did on calcium and those genes, those 24% of people that have got those genes and all that. there is a relationship between those genes and scoliosis. So people that do have scoliosis tend to have more of those genes as well. So it's an interesting thing because, it has to do with fat-soluble vitamins, calcium, sort of metabolism and stuff like that, which has to do with vitamin D and, So it's a very interesting relationship. Uh, there's probably some genes involved, and so it does seem to actually happen in certain families as well. So there's, like Pottinger's cat, sort of certain genes that are turned on. So it's probably that. Now, were they turned on due to nutrient deficiencies, or were they turned on for some other reason that we don't know? I tend to subscribe because I look at tribal societies, we don't see this. Rickets, scoliosis, a lot of these sort of things seem to be diseases that we noticed in populations that had much lower vitamin D levels. So I tend to think that it has some relationship. Obviously, once you get this sort of deformity in the spine, it sort of seems like it's harder to resolve. And I think the reason why it's harder to resolve is, well, this is my personal opinion. When it comes to the actual that part of the body, there's less blood vessels coming into it. So when you've got less blood vessels coming into it, it's harder to heal. So I did mention to one person, I can't remember who, but I did mention to them because they came up and asked me the same thing, and I said, if I was in your condition, what would I do? I would take BPC 157, body protection compound 157. And the reason why I would take it is because of it has that reparative effect to collagen structures and bones and stuff like that. But it also does angiogenesis. That means it creates new blood vessels to try and get nutrients and sort of factors that actually help with repair closer to the tissue where there's that sort of damage. Now, I have no idea whether that would. I can't claim anything that that would correct it and or would fix it or stuff like that. There are some. Trying to remember his bloody name. It's an American naturopath, and he's also a chiropractor, I believe. And he actually uses certain methods in terms of alignment of the spine. He does certain things, and he also focuses on, more like Western A. Price sort of. I think he's influenced a bit by that to looking at fat soluble vitamins and stuff like that. Plus, he also has an interest in a number of peptides, because there's a number of class of peptides that seem to have some benefits in healing collagen structures. Remember, all our bones are mineralized collagen, and tend to have some effects. And I think he uses a number of things. I'm not exactly sure the type he does use. I know BPC 157 is used and a few other things, but I believe he uses a number of other ones, but I don't really know enough about them. I haven't really researched them. Some of it comes from old Russian research from the Eastern Europe that's actually been used. But yeah, it's an area that I haven't done a deep dive yet. I've been meaning to at some stage, but I haven't. Um, yeah, I don't really have a lot more on that beyond these peptides and some sort of adjustments, um, decompressing the spine. So there's a number of techniques that they use to decompress the spine as well, because people that tend to have scoliosis also tend to have some level of spinal compression. Um, so there's a number of techniques, but I'm not really knowledgeable in those techniques. I just can't remember the damn person's name now. Look, if I do remember it, leave a comment in the actual after the video finishes and all that. And at some point, I'll try and look when I get a chance through this week. And when I do find who the person is, then maybe you can contact them and probably get some help more than I can give you personally. I know a bit, but I don't know enough of how to treat this sort of condition in that regard. So I do believe vitamin D status is important, a few other things, but I just don't know enough. Anyway, my grandmother can only sleep 3 or 5 hours a night and will have trouble getting back to sleep if woken up. She tried melatonin and other meds, but they haven't helped. What could be causing this? Well, I suspect your grandmother's first. She's not she's not on a carnivore diet. She's probably got a lot of exposure to blue light. Probably like a lot of old people, they watch a lot of TV and get a lot of exposure to blue light all night long. So I think if she fixed those problems, see, Dad had the same problem. He was staying up and watching TV at night sometimes, and also using blue light, and he couldn't sleep well. He'd get up after 3 hours, go for a pee, and try and go back to sleep. So once he cut that night thing, he's able to sleep right through for more hours. So, you know, she, she's your grandmother, like my father. They'll lie to you, okay? They'll lie to you. They'll tell you, no, I don't do anything. I go to bed like a good Christian boy and I do my prayers and all that. Bullshit. They sit there watching all sorts of nonsense sometimes all night long, exposed to a whole lot of blue light, and then expect to go to sleep. Oh, I'll take this melatonin pill. Give us a break. Best thing you can do is get a pair of blue blocking glasses. That probably will help her because she's not going to comply with anything else. Like my father, it took him a while to actually comply. Anyway, I so miss you, Priscilla. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. That's nice and kind. Alexander, how are you? 10 weeks carnivore, a very short period, 2.5 months. After 3 years on plants, that would have been nasty. Taurine 6 grams a day. Can digest meat only with HCl and digestive enzymes. Yep, it'll take time to fix. 780 calories from beef fat. Bloating is awful. Slow mostly. How to fix? Takes time. Takes time. You will have to basically go and consult with somebody like Bart Kay, who could actually give you a bit of a plan. So you've got multiple issues going on. What happens is you can't digest things because pretty much your biggest problem is, and you shouldn't have gone straight into the carnivore diet so quickly. You should have transitioned. This is one of the biggest problems. People coming from a plant-based diet, they rush in, and after 3 years on a plant-based diet in particular, what you've actually done is your gallbladder is not functioning properly. You've probably got potentially either overgrowth in your stomach but a large part of the population has H. pylori. H. pylori suppresses stomach acidity. Taurine corrects that, but it takes time. The problem is, if it corrects the stomach acidity, guess what happens? You get carnivore diarrhea because if your gallbladder can't secrete because remember, it's an alkalinizing buffer. So the bile that comes out will actually reduce the the acidity of the stomach content. And if you don't produce enough bile, guess what will happen? Once you fix your stomach, you'll get stomach diarrhea. So you've got gallbladder issues, which pretty much means you need choline, you need milk thistle. So you need to do that sort of stuff in order to basically, like 2 grams of choline, is cut back on the taurine down to 2 grams only, because we don't want excessive amount. I want to slow down the stomach acidification issue until you can fix the gallbladder issue. Unless you want to go the other way, and then you may need to take, bile salts, like, you eat and then 2.5 hours later you take bile salts in order, not because you don't want to basically affect the digestion in the stomach, but if, 2.5, odd hours, the proteins are broken down, the fats have been broken down to fatty acids and amino acids, and then you throw in the alkalizing agent, which is the bile salts, which will then allow you to digest properly and avoid the runs, so to speak, in that regard, until the actual gallbladder can start working properly in that regard. And also, I would recommend, when you do lie back, I would actually massage the gallbladder under your rib cage, lightly, and on the other side as well. That will actually allow for improved flow over time. So it actually will allow it to, because it's just really tensed, and probably stiffened as well. So yeah, that would be. These are all digestive issues you've created by being on a plant-based diet for so long. It really deranges the stomach function, the gallbladder function, the liver function, the digestive tract, because fiber just goes through and just is a bulking agent, and stuff like that. So yeah, you sort of have to transition slowly, and you have to make a number of adjustments, in that regard. Unfortunately, it's not an easy way back to health when you've actually caused so much derangements. And it even happens after many decades, obviously, of people on a SAD diet. Obviously, you would have been on a SAD diet, you went to a vegan diet, which actually probably exacerbated the problem. Even with 3 years, you did pretty well for 3 years. Most vegans actually only last for about a year and a half. A small amount go to 3, an extremely small amount go to 5, and the ones that go beyond that are usually ones that are cheating continuously to sort of, and justifying it to themselves that they're doing it for a whole lot of other reasons. Anyway, without going into that, I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm just trying to help you. And what I'm trying to say is that you've deranged your digestive system. I'm trying to avoid you causing more issues to yourself, is what I'm trying to do. But you need to fix the gallbladder. That's a critical thing. So once that sort of starts flowing, the first thing that I would do if I was you next week, I would go and get a scan, like and you don't need to get into a machine or anything like that. You can just do an ultrasound to see what the situation is within your liver and your gallbladder. So you can work out exactly what the situation. If it's not too bad in that regard, there are no, like there's no sludge, or there's no, there's only a small amount of gallstones and stuff like that. That may be easier to resolve. I find sludge is a bigger problem to resolve. It can take quite a few months to clear out. Where with gallbladder stones, small ones, they do come out. They're just a bit more painful. So that had a big. My father had a big one, and it came out and ripped right through the bile duct and through his pancreas, gave him pancreatitis for about 2.5 weeks. So he was in quite a lot of pain, but yeah, it resolved a lot of the issues. And then because I had him on more animal foods after that, things sorted themselves out, and he's never had any issues now with his digestion. But it takes time, as I said. One way, so once you actually fix the gallbladder issue, then you can address the stomach and the digestive tract. That's when you would get something like body protection compound BPC 157 to heal the collagen structures in the stomach and right through. And that's when you would use higher doses, like 6 or more, up to 12 potentially, as long as you're not on any sort of medication. That could be a problem. And at that stage, we would be looking at improving the acidity of the stomach, so your sphincter on top can seal, so you don't get any sort of GERD symptoms, so things flow better, because it's low stomach acid which causes GERD, just for those people that are not aware. And the stuff that actually sort of percolates up is when you put too much in there and things percolate up because there's less room for it to, so it spreads, the fluids spread. So that's, these are problems. You know, sorry about having to give bad news, but it is a transition. It would have been much wiser to transition slower, eating some plants, and transitioning slower to adjust the body to the new diet as well, which is very important. That can sort of help get things together with some interventions to improve that. The other thing, the nice thing about BPC 157 is that it also has a suppressive effect like taurine against H. pylori and SIBO, so small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, which you probably have. Most vegans, after about 2 years, they end up with SIBO and they end up with lower stomach acidity. It's well known. And it's because of the overgrowth. And then these bacteria have a suppressive effect on the proton pumps, so you can't produce enough acid. This is why we use BPC 157 and taurine to suppress H. pylori and suppress. I also, for some of the other pathogenic bacteria, also recommend a few other sort of nutrients that people can take, but that's at a later stage. Once the stomach starts improving and functioning, then we can look at improving the gut microbiome with kefirs and stuff like that. I wouldn't do that now, is what I'm saying. That would exacerbate things even worse. So they have their time, but that's for a later, maybe in a year's time or two, to improve the diversity of the gut microbiome. Taurine will also help with the gut microbiome because it actually controls a number of regulatory components within and immune functions within the gut. So it actually will suppress histamine release and AMPs. I do have a video. There's a whole series called Digestive Issues, and there's a lot of information in that as well. You can go and look at the playlist, and you'll get a lot of the sciencey information about these sort of things. But I would say I would detransition on the carnivore diet slightly. I would include certain things like low oxalate, things like zucchini, skinned, and get rid of all the seeds from cucumbers, something like that. Some cosh lettuce and stuff like that, but not a lot, small amounts, just to basically allow your body to adjust going out of that sort of state. So small amounts, just like a handful, which with one of your main meals and all that. which will help you slowly transition and adjust in that regard. Yeah, look, it sucks. I understand. It does suck. But, these are the consequences of the misinformation. I suffered as well. You're another sufferer. I suffered with cardiovascular disease with the other misinformation that I adopted. So that's why we're here, because a lot of us have suffered from a lot of that misinformation. So, yeah, good luck. Leave me a message in a couple of weeks' time, and let me know how you're going. There's a community. You can ask me, you can ask Bart, you can ask a lot of other people. Um, there's also the Discord, where I think is Lukey there. If Lukey's still there, if he could throw in the Discord, if he's still there, a link to the Discord. And yeah, so that's funny. Autism makes you immune to propaganda. Probably does. Um, you know, especially Bart, because the way he's got a high functioning and he tends to be disagreeable with everything, so probably helps him in that regard. Yeah. So leave me a comment, and tell me how you're progressing. You can go to the Discord as well if Lukey is still there and actually sticks it in there. And you can actually ask a lot of the guys. I've worked with a number of them as well, and they have like there's like people like Necro Kitty, that's also one of the extra administrators there. She had diarrhea because she was on a vegan diet in the past and had a lot of gut issues and had diarrhea, and so had a protocol to eliminate that problem. And then she had constipation. Then we did certain kefirs with certain broad spectrum um, probiotics, which had to do with the lactobacillus range, because that's really what we lose a lot of that. And that fixed the constipation issue completely. Now she's, normal. She has a little protocol PDF for that sort of stuff that we went through, and there's a number of other people there that have left information in relation to things, conversations. So that's a wealth of information. Some of my playlists, but you can always ask me stuff. But you also need to go and test to find out exactly what the state of affairs is. Now, the problem is, I wouldn't waste you already know you've got, because you're using HC or you're using digestive enzymes, you already know that there's an issue with your stomach function or that. The key issue is, are you getting enough bile coming through or not? And so that's where you need to investigate with an ultrasound. So I'll leave that up to you to investigate and work out exactly what the situation is, and then come back with some information, and then I'll give you a couple of strategies how to basically deal with the exact situation. Don't have it cut out, please, because a lot of people, it's endemic at the moment. Everybody's getting their gallbladder out. It's endemic because too many people are eating very little animal foods. You need animal foods to have regular flows of bile out so it doesn't get concentrated. That's the problem when you don't eat animal foods. That's what happens. It's concentrated. Now we have to break down that concentrated form a bit quicker, so you can get a bit quicker resolution from your situation. Anyway, can myopia be restored? There is a guy in the ancestral community that actually has certain techniques that he uses to correct myopia. So you got to, I think it's the Ancestral Health Symposium, and it was a couple of years back. I just can't remember which year. So if you Google myopia Ancestral Health Symposium, you should get his video and find out who he is. Then you can contact him, and he will give you some of the program, what he does, and to resolve this issue. You mentioned seal fat is different from ruminant. How so? Did that affect the Inuit? No, look, it's not like a massive amount in that regard, but it does have a different profile compared to the ruminant stuff. So from memory, I think it has slightly more PUFA compared to the ruminants, and also the fish that they consume. Because remember when I did that video on the Inuit, about 70% of their meat sources come from, especially the ones on the ice, come from fish. That's how they get their taurine to actually increase their ability for the body temperature. And the reason why I believe they have that genetic change because of what they are eating, and in order to spare some of the long chain fats for the thermal regulation. It's a hypothesis of mine in terms of the Inuit. So, and that's why they consume more taurine, because taurine increases brain adipose tissue, and brain adipose tissue warms the inside of your body far more. So, cold increases brain adipose tissue as well, but so does taurine. That's why I'm lightly dressed even in winter, even when I go out in shorts and people go, "Are you feeling cold?" That's the sort of comments I get every bloody winter. Aren't you feeling cold? No, you weakling. I feel like saying, I know it's insulting. I hold my, because what am I going to say? Oh, I use taurine and do, nobody wants to hear. So I just smile because that's all you can do. While everybody's snuggled up like, look like polar bears. It's dangerous. Taurine deficient weaklings. That's why we love you, John, Tom J. That's why we love you. Nice one. Ah, well, cells are carnivorous, so I assume they have a different fatty acid profile than the herbivorous animals. Yes, they do. Uh, now YouTube even puts ads during a live stream, at least here in Poland, where I'm at the moment. God. I have to go and actually look at the actual settings. They keep on changing. I noticed my live stream settings they've actually changed a lot. I probably have to go through them and find out what the hell the settings are, the defaults. Anyway, I'll do that tomorrow. There may be different settings that I have to apply to eliminate that. YouTube. That's all I can say. Because last time I did change the settings to the lowest, so you wouldn't get ads or very little in that regard. But they may have changed, because when I came in and I was actually putting a lot of the stuff in, I noticed the setup is slightly different. So they may have changed it again. You know what YouTube are like? They want to push more ads, more stuff, because that's their revenue. It's the way it works. So I'll see if I can change my default. I noticed my defaults went back to, which is, sorry, better not swear, effing annoying. and I had to change them back from UK English to Australian English again. So yeah, my whole defaults have basically been rearranged, even the language ones. So I have to go through and actually sort that out. So I suspect they've probably maxed it out to the max. Are you guys getting a lot of commercials at the moment, or is it just? Are you getting a lot of commercials, or is it just in Poland where Stefan is? What are other people's current experiences are? Too many, too little? Um, exactly. Uh, yep. Uh, thank you, Carnivore Club. Yes, it is. Definitely is. Definitely is. Fruit of high in deuterium and fructose. Berries too. Yes. Look, berries are probably not as high as the other fruit. Um, So they're not as high in fructose and they're not as high in deuterium either. Some are and some aren't. The sweeter the fruit, the higher the deuterium. The less sweet the fruit, the lower the deuterium. So there is some variations, and some wild berries don't have as much either, but they do tend to have higher anti-nutrients compared to the other ones, to the domesticated ones. So yeah, there are a bit of variations there. Um, but berries are probably the least egregious of the fruit variety that you can actually consume. And obviously, if I was, people ask me if you were to consume now the one fruit, what would it be, Harry? Everybody's going to go blueberries, things like that, raspberries or whatever. The thing that I would say is the only thing that I would say would be strawberries, but as long as they're organic, because unfortunately, your standard supermarket strawberries have got a very high in pesticides and crap like that. So but if they're organic, and why do I say that? Because everything else has very little fisetin. Everything has even other fruit, which is usually where most fisetin is like here, and strawberries are like here. Massive indifference. So the only, if I was going to use any, um, you know, berry or fruit out there, would be strawberries. Just for that reason, and I'll do it in because this polyphenol fisetin, which is a senolytic, which kills off cancer cells and old cells and all that. The advantage of it is that's been experimentally proven. The advantage is I would have it's fat soluble vitamin, so I'd have it with cream and I'd have it in the evening. Why in the evening? Because it amplifies melatonin by how much? Sorry, melatonin amplifies its effects by how much? 680 odd percent. So you get a bigger kill of damaged cells than you would if you had it in the daytime. So if you consider Pfizer too expensive and you want to have a berry, that would be the berry that I'd have with cream later in the evening to get the senolytic effect. Uh, the things that I actually promote, Dave, disgraceful. And I call myself a carnivore. Absolutely disgraceful. How are you, Dave? It's good to have you here, mate. Are you still in Barcelona or are you back in the Balkans, mate? Is there a difference in roasting meat or boiling it? I'd roast it. I wouldn't boil it. Problem with boiling is you're putting in a lot of high deuterium water. Plus, that water has probably got fluoride and which is a halogen, not good for your thyroid, and a whole lot of other things, and that's probably the problem. Now, if you were to use spring water as an example, low deuterium spring water, that's going to be less of a problem in that regard, and you consume the water as well, the content. You're not going to lose as much taurine either because it's going to be in the fluids and you'll drink it in the free form that it's in the tissue. So roasting will hold more of it. When you boil it, you open up that cellular structure, which means that more of the taurine will get released in the water. So if you throw out the water, you throw out some of the taurine as well that's in that. But then again, you guys will say, well, I supplement, Harry, so it's not a problem. Fair enough. But I have to say I prefer roasted than boiled. Dad does a boiled now and then, but I enjoy roasted. So yes, and I like it to have a lot of nice fat pieces on, especially pork roast. Actually, I've been meaning to take out a big slab. I do have a big pork roast, and I do have uh, pork belly. God, what a hard choice. Uh, what's Dave saying? Currently in the Balkans, Harry. Dairy paradise, ha ha ha. Back to Barcelona soon. You're having too much fun. I'm jealous. I hope to see you back, Harry. I have a gut issue. There's suspect is due to H. pylori. Nasty, yes. Whether it's hard to get rid of. What could be done? Well, usually, taurine can suppress H. pylori. There are a number of other bacteria that also can. And you can also use anything that acidifies because it gets suppressed. It actually tries to suppress stomach acid production because it doesn't really live very well. And what happens is even people that how many people? I think it's in the population. There's something like depending on the country, 70 to 90 odd percent, depending on where you live and all that, of the population that do have H. pylori. I suspect I've got it, and many other populations have it. So you can't entirely get rid of it. What you can do is you can suppress it. So that's what you can actually do. I do have a number of videos covering a number of probiotics and other things. Do go and check, and I do cover it. So if you go into the digestive issues one, I do cover some of the actual stuff that can be used to deal with it. Taurine is one of them, and there's a number of other uh, probiotics that actually have an inhibitory effect on H. pylori. It's been getting worse. Can't digest fat anymore without exogenous bile acids, white floating poop of pure fat. So you've got also a gallbladder issue as well, killdozer. You may have to also go back to some plants and transition slower and allow your body to improve. And you may have to go and do a scan and find out what the state of your gallbladder is. Biggest problem is a lot of people have a lot of gallbladder issues. Digestive issues come from all these. You've got your gallbladder, you've got your digestive tract, you've got your stomach, acidity. They all are interconnected. They all work together. And if one's out, it just really makes it difficult in that regard. So you got to go and find out what the situation in your gallbladder is. You need to go and do an ultrasound and then come back and tell me exactly what the results were. And then I'll give you a strategy of actually how to deal with it based on what you find. So try doing that as early as possible. Okay, Luke. Yeah, it is good to be back. It definitely is good to be back. What are the top 10 most harmful foods? I'd put seed oils right at the top. Seed oils is number one. It's toxic at all levels. It's toxic to the mitochondria due to the high deuterium. Okay, so you've already used those things, but you still may have underlying gallbladder issues that are preventing you. That's because you actually mentioned without bile acids, you get terrible symptoms. So your gallbladder isn't excreting correctly. So you need to find out, and you may need to use choline. So you may need to use a couple of grams of choline, milk thistle, things like that, in order to try and resolve this issue. So you have to get the gallbladder to secrete bile. Has to start working properly. And it's a big hassle for a lot of people I know, because I went through it myself, and it took me months to resolve. So it's not easy. You've only got small intestine inflammation, so you don't have a gallbladder issue then. You actually mentioned here that if you use exogenous bile acids, without exogenous bile acids, you have terrible, um, you know what bile acids do as well? Through the small intestine, they actually cleanse the small intestine of bacterial overgrowth. So you may have bacterial overgrowth, like pathogenic bacterial overgrowth in that. Are you, did you say, are you doing taurine? Are you currently doing taurine? Because you're actually saying I suspect H. pylori. That doesn't mean you have H. pylori. That has to be validated with actually a test. Also, are you doing taurine? Because taurine in the gut, it regulates the gut microbiome. I usually say to people that, and also, um, so you actually said you did the specific probiotics as well, which is the one that actually suppresses C. diff and all that. There's a number of categories, and there are a number of things that you can do, like certain probiotics that actually can inhibit certain pathogenic bacteria. Some people find that some of the bacterial strains that are in the milk kefir seem to help with certain pathogens. And then there are some others that sometimes require different approaches. Unfortunately, for some others, we need to go to antibiotics because we just don't have a solution. So it's really, you're doing 12 for how long? What period of time have you been doing this? For how long have you been doing it, mate? Because if you've been doing this for a couple of months at those doses of taurine and it hasn't resolved the problem, then you've got probably one of those pathogenic bacteria that have the ability to circumvent some of those functions, and you probably need antibiotics to find out what it is. Yeah, but I would actually also, because it may not be H. pylori. It may be there's a number of other nasty bacteria that some people have in their small intestine, not in their stomach, where you'll get H. pylori, but actually in their small intestine. And some of these that have come up from the colon, and some of these are really nasty to clear out. They have the ability to withstand, um, you know, even even to some extent bile acids. So, and they sometimes you have to go with a pretty strong antibiotic to try and clear them out, and then try and get other probiotics in to try and repopulate to suppress them when they're in small amounts. So yeah, look, do the H. pylori one, but I would also encourage you to ask the doctor to do in the actual to do a test, additional test to see. Yeah, look, you've been on it for some time. You've definitely, I think you've picked up some sort of pathogen, where or whatever, and it's just causing you issue. I had a few years ago, I picked up a pathogen in Southeast Asia, and I explosive diarrhea. I couldn't get rid of it. I was really bad and really bloated and all that. And I actually found a German supplement called Metaflor, which actually suppresses some of these things. It's actually a beneficial, you know, pylori. That actually worked for me. It actually also suppresses things that cause dysentery and stuff like that. So I actually used that and actually fixed my problem. You have to get it. It has to be kept cool and maintained, and it's got an enteric capsule, so it goes all the way through. It's a special large enteric red capsule, goes all the way through, which is what you want. Um, Let me just try and find it. So I have it. Found it. So it's got like a worldwide. So that's the manufacturer, and it's it's an E. coli strain, but it has the ability to suppress a number of pathogenic um, other bacteria, and seems to help with a lot of um, issues in the gut as well. It helped me. Um, so so give that a try, and it could resolve your problem. Yep, that's all about the study. Anyway, it's 10. Yeah, what is it? 10:14. I'm going to go right to the end and say goodbye to everyone. Yeah, because it's just way too many questions to answer, and I am getting a bit tired as well. Nick, likewise, mate. Good to have you here. Looking super young. Did you find the fountain of youth? Don't know. It's the fountain of bullshit. That's what I found. Fountain of bullshit, mate. That's all I found. Um, I'm just eating what we're supposed to eat. I think, you know, some of the biohacks that I do, taurine and stuff like that, they probably help. Um, but yeah, I wouldn't get carried away too much in that regard. Good night as well, Sarah. Bonjad, how are you? Uh, just one before mine about casein. What did you ask about casein? I can tell you between whey and casein, casein actually is absorbed much slower over more hours. Where I can't even find your question. Where did you ask a question? Greetings to your father, Harry. He is 80. Greetings to your father, Harry. He is 80 this year. No. He's going to be 90 in January. Thank you. Thanks for the knock, the 50 knock. Is that Norwegian? I'm not sure, but thank you. Yeah. What's the protein utilization? Yeah, it's similar to whey. It's similar, the utilization, um, and it's similar to you know to all dairy. So there's not much difference in the utilization. So it's way better than all the other supplements in that regard. Uh, so anything that's bovine is going to be way better compared to the other stuff. And it's not going to have any of the anti-nutrient inhibitors either, so which is an important thing. Jana, good to have you here. Thank you. Thank you for missing me. Jay, good night to you as well. Tom, definitely. So I am planning next week to do another live stream, even though I used to do it every fortnight. I'm going to do one next week because there's a lot of questions that people are asking, and I haven't even managed to get through all of them. And so new subscribers as well and new people. So yeah, not a problem, mate. Yeah, so in that sort of regard, um, with protein utilization, anything in an animal form, you're going to get higher. They want the ultimate? It's eggs, but whole eggs, not the whites. The whites only give you 17%. Whole eggs will give you 47%. So way better. You gotta eat the yolk. Simple as that. Anyway, I better get out of here. Good night or good morning to those people in parts of Europe, and probably have a good midday for those in Central Asia, India, and places like that. And I will see you lovely people next week. So I plan to have another live stream then. 3 p.m. here. Yes. So where are you located? Jana? Are you somewhere in Southeast Asia or? Oh, what am I saying? You'd be further 3 o'clock now. Yeah, no, you'd be somewhere more like in Israel. Okay, yeah. So yeah, because it's similar. Yeah, similar time with Cyprus. That's right. Yep, that makes sense. I'm going. No, that's too. Yeah, that's too early. Anyway, hope things get better there for you guys. It's been pretty rough from what I hear. Anyway, I will let you go, lovely people. See you next week. So it'll be the same hours, 2 live streams again. There's 2 videos this week. There's going to be another one on Friday. I just haven't decided which one I'm going to do. So I still need to make up my mind which one I'm going to post this Friday and which one I'm going to post on the following Monday. So I've got 2, but I haven't decided which one to do yet. Thank you. God bless you as well. And Dave, mate, I'm still jealous of you in dairy heaven in the Balkans. You lucky man. Take care. Anyway, see yous. Take care.